Yo, yo, yo. Oh, yes. Oh. 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 Woo! All right. All right. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in. Happy Friday. Good to see you all. It is the Clarkio Shenanigan Show. I'm your host, Clarkio. We have the show every Friday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time, except for today, which is 2:45 p.m. Eastern Time. There's some exceptions, okay? We're right here on twitch.tv/Clarkio. How much longer we're on Twitch, I don't know, but we'll see. And youtube.com/Clarkio. Come and get me. I'm simulcasting. Ooh. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you should have seen the news about the latest stuff going on with this one platform, streaming platform. But anyway, it is what it is. Good to see you all. Happy Friday. Hope you've had a great week and you're ending it strong, obviously, by being here and joining us for the Clarkio Shenanigan Show. I'm happy to be here. We'll start things off with wins of the week. Then we'll get into Wordle and words on stream. And we're going to do like a abbreviated segments of those things probably. That's what we're going to be going.
This became a job.
43 heckin' months. Frackberg says late start. What am I even paying you for, Kappa? Hey, thank you for the 43-month resub. What a heckin' long time. Working on 4 years, buddy. Getting close, getting close. But yeah. So yeah, we're gonna do wins of the week, Wordle, words on stream, maybe. I don't know that we're gonna do words on stream if we're gonna have time, really. Unless you all really want to, then we will. And then I want to get back into. I've been itching, and I haven't done it off stream at all. Working on the VS Code extension development stuff, the authentication provider. So that's what we got in store for today. Holy moly, we got back-to-back resubs. This one, 49 months from the one, the only Triple B, Bald Bearded Builder, worth every penny. Oh, thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Happy Friday. Thank you for that heckin' long time of support, too. How's it going by you all? What's your wins of the week? Get them queued up. If you don't know what that is, exclamation point WOTW in the chat. Got you. Or exclamation point wins, and the stream elements bot will reply to you. Although wins doesn't always win for some reason. I did get a notification. Maybe it was this one. Platforms. I'll log out and log back in. Oh, broadcaster account. Yep. Yep. Login was successful. All right, now if we do wins. There it goes. B1 Mind, good to see you again. Welcome in. Happy Friday. Do you have a good resource and or community for VS Code extensions, Dev? I had read there it was a Slack channel, but never found it. I don't know that I've ever heard of a Slack channel for it. There might be one just at the community. Thank you. Happy Friday to you as well, B1. That's a good question. I'll have to poke around and see. I feel like
God, who the hell cares?
that's Triple B's join sound, so don't take offense to that. I feel like I vaguely recall something like that. You're kind of jogging my memory. Let me think on it a little bit. Maybe do some digging off stream. But off the top of the dome, I don't believe I know of a Discord or Slack community. But you bringing that up makes me feel like a long time ago I did come across that. In any case, what are you looking for? What are you looking to do? What do you need help with? Because I've been fairly deep into it. I don't know everything about VS Code extension development, but I'm decently knowledgeable in it. So if I can help, I'll do my best. Let me know what's going on, B1. Awesome to hear that you're working on that kind of stuff. Loka, good to see you. Welcome in. Glad to see the emotes blob dance and all that going on. Deep Harvin, dance by moving the picture around. Yep, having some fun with that. Frackberg, good to see you, buddy. Thank you for hitting me with the flashbang and the FBI at the beginning of the off stream a little bit too. So appreciate you always being first and showing that support, my mains. All right, my win of the week. Okay. My wife and I had a kid-free week since Sunday up until this morning. This is why I was late to stream, because we went to go pick up the kids from the grandparents. They did a little like show presentation thing for their kids camp thing that they were at with the grandparents. Then we had lunch and then we came back here. So that's my reason for starting late today, but very happy to do so. I didn't know it was going to take that long though, so I was a little like, I gotta go. I wasn't anticipating things to be this long. Otherwise I would have taken the day off. But anyway, I'm gonna start work. I'm working now. I'm gonna work into the evening a little bit and then hang out with the kids this weekend. a lot. We did a little bit today too. So my win was it's great to see the kids again. We got the kids back today, but also it was great to have a little breathing room a little bit and not as much chaos going on with the kids being home with not as much chaos because the kids weren't home. So my wife and I went out on a date like every night this week. We took full advantage of the free time. So that's my win of the week. What do you all got going in your neck of the woods? Let me know. Let me know what's happening. What's good with you? I got coffee finally too. Whenever we have like a little bit of a long trip, I don't like to have coffee beforehand because I don't know how the coffee's gonna affect me. So, enjoy my coffee now. What else went on this week? I thought I shared another win in the Discord. Speaking of the Discord, if you're not in there already and you'd like to be part of it and add to your Discord tool chain of servers that you have, clarkio.com/Discord for the invite. It'll redirect you over to the correct link and join up in the server. In there, we share our Wordle results. We talk about technology and people ask technical questions and we help them as best we can. And yeah, we're a fairly active community. What was I going to look up though? I thought there was a wins. Do you have any other wins from this week from people? Pranav shared a few days ago that Pranav worked on a fun game in React. They were exploring more in-depth, more TypeScript. They were exploring TypeScript more in-depth this week, which was pretty cool. For me on Monday, I think you all remember when I was, that was my other win. I'm feeling better. Last week I wasn't feeling good. That's why we had like a short stream, because I couldn't talk as much. Didn't want to put too much strain on my voice by streaming and talking for several hours at a time. But I'm glad to report that I'm feeling like 98% better. My energy levels are back. The only thing that's bothering me is like a little bit of congestion, a little bit buildup, but like that's nothing compared to what everything else that was going on. So, hey, Kyle Wiggs, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Happy to have you here. So the other win that I have from earlier in the week on Monday, I completed. So the reason I was bringing up last stream is because I was feeling guilty that I was sick, for one, and two, because part of me being sick, it delayed me getting something done that I was also procrastinating on a little bit. But I got that presentation recording done on Monday. It took me like all day, but I was glad to get that done. So that's my other win that I shared early in the week. Triple B shared a win of the week in there too. He's a little late listening, but an SDK he built while he was working at DeepGram got a shout out on the Syntax FM episode. Episode 621. So that was pretty cool. So congrats to Triple B on that one. And then also Pranav, who shared a win in the Discord. So thank you both for sharing wins in the Discord over this week. And hope you don't mind me sharing them on stream today. But I think it's good stuff. What else? All right, let me check chat. B1 says, wanting to PR for a few extensions I use, mainly the NeoVim one. Would love to have Vim help come up in a peek window versus unsaved file. Looking to make a keybind extension too, to maybe add in an extension bundle. Okay, what do you mean by wanting to make a PR? Oh, for a few extensions you use. Okay. The NeoVim one for VS Code. We'll love to have Vim help come up in a peek window versus unsaved file. Yeah, okay, that's cool, yeah. Well, I can kind of walk through how I might approach it. Maybe that would be useful to you. Let me know. I'm happy to do that if you'd like. If you wouldn't mind. No pressure, though. All right, anybody else got wins of the week to share? If not, no worries. No pressure on that either. I know we're off to a late start today and everything, and people are probably deep into work and not joining up over lunch like usual. So, while we're waiting to hear from folks, I'm going to do the Wordle right now, because I haven't done that yet today. So, let's get that going. All right, we always start with farts. If you never played before, I'll explain how it works as we go along. So, there's a new word every 24 hours that everybody plays. Okay, everybody gets it every 24 hours. And you have to figure out what the word is. You get 6 guesses. You want to guess it in as little guesses as possible, and it's always a 5-letter word. And with your guesses, you get hints along the way. So for my first guess on my brand, in alignment with my branding, farts is always my first guess. One day it will be the word, hopefully. I mean, obviously it's got to be a word. It's accepted every time I enter it. But it is not the word today, unfortunately. However, we did get a decent amount of hints along the way. We know that A is in the word and in the correct position because its background is green. And then we learned that S is in the word, but not in the correct position. It doesn't go there. So it's either in here, or the first letter. And we know that because the background is yellow. All the other letters are highlighted in gray, and that means they're not in the word. All right.
An ad is about to start in 5,000 milliseconds.
Okay, an ad starting.
There's an ad running for 90.
Okay. Maybe it is bashy, like bash. No. Basil. I want to guess basil because we're gonna get the I in there, the L in there, the B. Let's go with that. Wow. I thought that was gonna be it. I was like, huh? All right. So now we know. We know there's a B in it. It starts with a B. We know the S definitely goes in the 4th position, and we know then the L is going to be there. B-A-L-S. Ballsy? What is this word? Oh, it's just balls. No, it can't be balls. Because the S doesn't go at the end. So it's balls? Balls? Is this how you spell ballsy? I'm confused right now. Anybody else confused? This don't make no sense. Is it Balsh? Balsk? Balsb? Balsa? Balsa, like salsa? It's gotta be ballsy. I don't think it can be anything else. False, like that? Like false, but with a B? Balso? Aye. All right, let's double check this. The S absolutely is like the S has to go there. And we know the L doesn't go at the end, but it's in here. It's in the word, so it's got to be like that. I'm going to go with ballsy. Final answer. No. Okay. What is this word? Ballsy? Like that? Balso? I don't think I've heard this word before. Balsk? Is it balso? No. What could this be? Balsa? That's a word? What does balsa mean? I totally guessed there. All right, I'm gonna drop it in the Discord under the Discord under the Wordle channel. But holy moly, I never heard of such a thing. Oh, rug mat. I almost spilled it on you. I beat you. I tied Frackberg. Frackberg got it in 3. Why is my username C ... in Discord? That should not be my username. What the hell? How did my name get changed to C ... Dude! What is this? I changed it to Clarkio. What happened with Discord? They did this whole username upgrade thing. I changed it. I gave it. Oh, everybody's is doing that. Even Frackberg, Robert Tables, Michael Jolly. It must be a bug with. It must be a bug. D1 says it's wood. D Parvin Balso wood is used for all kinds of things. It is very light wood. Oh, okay, good. Good luck. Rugmat shows your username is clarkio for me. Let me. Ooh. I don't want to show my private chats. But I get. I can show you in my Discord. Yeah, it shows in my Discord. Look at this. So it's like C dot dot dot, but Frackberg shows as Frackberg. But then here, like Michael Jolly, it's like M dot dot dot, or whoever this is, A dot dot dot, C dot dot dot. Why is it doing that? It's got to be a Discord bug or something, right? Yeah, big purple bound. Hey, what's up, Robert Tables? It's streamer mode. Oh, streamer mode does that now? It's a feature so you don't dox everyone. Oh, okay. Whoops. It confused me. So you don't dox your username? I didn't realize that. Rugman, thank you for letting me know, especially because I wasn't streaming when it did that. It surprised you too. Oh yeah. Yeah, you know, the whole streamer mode automatically turning on in Discord. Sometimes I won't have OBS or anything open and it'll automatically enable streamer mode. And I'm like, what's going on with this? And I have to like turn off streamer mode on Discord. Because usernames are more important now and unique. Yeah. I guess so. So all streamers' names are dot dot dot. Yeah, Ayush, you're right. What color is your Bugatti? The Machinist S? I don't have a Bugatti. If I got doxxed in one person's Discord, I'm the same person, verifiable in another Discord. Yeah. I guess I understand that. Now that they're changing the whole username system in Discord. Because before, people could have the same name, right? I thought I changed the theme on this. Yeah. It should be... I like the Houston one. Yeah, that one from Astro. Hey, thanks for the follow there, the Machinist. Too late for win of the week? No, never too late. You can do it all throughout the stream. All throughout the stream. So drop it like it's hot. The Machinist, what is what's the color of your Bugatti? What are we building today? Mine's see-through. It's see-through? Nice. Well played. All right, what we're building today is we're continuing to work. Thank you for the question. We are continuing to work on the VS Code authentication provider type extension. Now, hey, what's up, Bramley? Good to see you. And where we left off before I got sick, I had done some work off stream. I explained last week and updated everybody on it, but really quick to get everybody within the full context of where we're currently at. I came to the conclusion, or the understanding rather, that the way authentication providers are to be used is that other extensions depend on those, other VS Code extensions depend on that VS Code extension, and those extensions can activate it such that that little icon shows up in the bottom right hand corner right here that says, hey, sign in, right? So if you're just tuning in for the first time of this as we're working on it, we're building a Twitch authentication provider extension for VS Code so that people can sign into their Twitch account, and then it'll enable other extensions to use the authenticated Twitch account to do things like create like a chat extension or for us, one of the extensions we built in the past was the line highlighter extension. So that'll allow me to rip out the authentication code from my other Twitch extension that I have for VS Code and rely on this. So that's what's going on there. Hey, XG, good to see you. Happy Friday. For folks just tuning in, if you have a win of the week to share with us, let us know in the chat. If you're new to this channel and you've never done it before, exclamation point WOTW will tell you more about what that means. But no pressure. You know, it could be big news that you got going on, that's something positive that happened this week, or even small. And the small example I always go with, that is a win usually for me, although I didn't have it this week, is when I have a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I had a lot of ice cream this week, I'll tell you. We went on dates because the kids weren't here, and we would get dessert after dinner. It was great. Common clarkio W, exactly. What's up, Chris Jones? Good to see you. Happy Friday. How you doing? What's your win of the week if you got one? I see Exegete shared their win of the week. Actually got to the point of enjoying tickets at work rather than dreading code reviews. That's good to hear. Congrats on that, Exegete. Also, thank you for sharing. Exegete's win of the week for last week. Okay, my child actually started using the potty. Nice. That's awesome. We're with my youngest, we're getting to the stage of working on that. We're getting there. Robert Table says, dating your own wife, you'll never make it in Wall Street. Wait, what? I didn't catch that last part. What does that have to do with Wall Street? Big win for you and them. Yes, I know. That is a big win for XG and the kiddo. They must feel super accomplished. All right, let's jump into it. This is gonna be the quickest. Within a half an hour of starting the stream, we're gonna jump into code. Snap XG. Oscar has almost nailed it last week, including staying dry overnight. That's awesome, Chris Jones. Congrats on that. That's a win too. Okay. I need to figure out where I left off on this too. Anyway, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna run it and see what happens. Run the extension and watch. All right, it's loaded. We're in. Oh, the following extension contains dependency loops and have been disabled. Oh, that's not really good. What's the dependency loop? That's new. I don't think I've seen that happen before. What would cause a dependency loop? Can I look at the output? None of the breakpoints got hit either. What was up with that? Let's see on activation. I don't think I have it set to activate on any percent yet. 0 activation. Dude, my kid's school district, they call us. That's what's happened. That's why my watch was going off and everything. They call us. They email us. They text. They leave voicemails. And I'm like, it's like during the school year, it ends up numbing me to their phone calls, so that like if they do call me and it's because it's something going on with my kid, this has happened. My kid was not feeling well, and the school called during the middle of the day, and I ignored it because I'm like, they just always have all these random updates about all kinds of stuff that's not really relevant. And so I, you know, it's like crying wolf, you know, the boy who cried wolf. Like I just start ignoring it. I become numb to it. So then, so I'm like, okay, school's over, and then it's summertime, so there's no school. Why are they still calling and leaving leaving voicemails and everything? Like, leave me alone. Do they pager? No, they don't do pager. They send emails, text sometimes. They call from like 2 different numbers. One is like the main school, and then the other one is like the county. So you get like 2 calls for the same thing. And then they leave voicemails. So you get 2 voicemails as well. I'm like, let's cut it back a little bit. I am overloaded with your notifications, please. Wow, I get 1 email from her teacher per month and maybe 1 or 2 emails a week about accounting or logistics. I mean, I would be happy with that. Unless something dire was going on, I'd be, you know. Exegete says the kiddo doesn't seem proud. She's happy with the cookie she's getting. When she turned 3, my child decided she could just hold it for 16 hours a day and unload on her diapers. Now that she's 4, she's coming back around. Nice. Yep, they left a voicemail. The school is unbelievable. Looks like they are very active for security. I mean, yes, I use in the sense that it's a nice thing, right? Like security wise, to be alerted to things. But again, you become numb to it because when they alert you for every little thing that is really not relevant, there should be like a way that I can like check off, like kind of like when you have an email subscription to something and you can be like, oh, what kind of emails do you want? All of our marketing emails? Do you want this specific product? You know, like how some sites do that, some companies do that. I need that with the school. Like, is there emergency? Yes, contact me. Is my kid sick? Yes, contact me, and here's how you can contact me. Alert fatigue is a real thing. Yes, exactly, XG. So, I don't know why they keep doing it, but it's like I gotta have a talking to them. I gotta have a long talking. My last job, we would get about 100 emails per day from system errors, says XG, and we missed important errors because of that. Yeah, it's a true thing. It's a true situation. You do it too much, people just start ignoring it. That's why, like, especially when it comes to, like, speaking of that, with, like, application security stuff. You know, for those of you who don't know, I work at Sneak. Actually, shout out to Sneak because they, in a sense, sponsor this stream. Because they, you know, I'm enabled through my leadership that I can keep streaming on my Friday streams. So shout out to them. But one of the things that is like a constant balance with Sneak and the products that we offer, because we are a developer security platform and products that we offer, and you don't want to be inundating the developers every day with alerts about stuff, because then they'll just start ignoring it, right? So, yeah. XG says, can I work at Sneak, by the way? Be the new, I use Arch, by the way. Why, is that a thing that it's common that people are saying? B1 says, we had that issue with one of my old jobs. They would send so many emails and texts a day about random BS, even about their regional offices. No good filtering system either. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. So, like, for me, when I use, in terms of like filtering and stuff like that with Sneak, I have them send me like a digest email every week, and I'll take a look at that. Not every week will I take a look at it, but I'll take a look at it because I'm like, oh, I haven't looked at it in a while. Let me see what's going on. Or if there's like a new vulnerability that comes out that affects, that's like in a dependency that one of my projects that I'm monitoring with Sneak uses, then I'll get that alert and I'll be like, okay, do I need to address this? What's the severity of it? Well, obviously I need to address it at some point, but like, do I need to address it right now? Ayush says, does antivirus companies contact about exploits? No, they don't. Those are all scams, Ayush. I assume that's what you're referring to. Chris Jones, Oscar turns 4. Oh, you're having that chat there. All right, let me see why it's saying that there's this loop going on. Try running it again and see what's going on. Maybe if I just do run extension. So it's gonna, yeah, the following extension is gonna paint dependency loops. What's the dependency loop? Did I put anything on here? Oh, cause yeah, that makes sense. I must have done that testing it out. So this is what I was talking about earlier. So extension providers, they should be defined, or not extension, authentication providers should be defined as a extension dependency for your other extensions that might utilize it. So in this case, I need to cut that out, but note to self that I need that going on there. That should fix things, and if I reload, we should be good to go. Okay, cool. So that's working. So now I should be like, hey, let me Twitch sign in. I want to allow. Now I'm hitting breakpoints. Okay. Let's play that through. Why is there a breakpoint here? What's this? I don't need that breakpoint. I don't know why that's there. It looks like the internals of something. Yeah, let me see the redirect endpoint. What is that? Okay, so this is the thing. I have this set up in my Twitch app as an authorized redirect URL. However, whenever I use that, I don't know if I'm using it correctly. All right, so it's like, hey, do you want Code Insiders to open this external website? Yes, let's do that. That opened up in a separate browser here. And it's like, you're about to leave Twitch. Twitch has no control over that. So like, I guess I already authorized or something. I don't know. What's my URL? So I did, it goes to id.twitch.tv/oauth-authorize. I'm going to say, okay, cool. And then I'm going to open up. All right, so this is the thing. Look at that. It says open up Visual Studio Code Insiders. So like, I've already authorized it, I guess. And then Insiders like, are you sure you want to open up this URL? Yes. All right, then here's the thing. So we received the result of this. However, I think it doesn't get what. Yeah, the code comes back null. The nonce comes back, which is good. And then I don't think there's a state. Oh, the state came back. Did authenticate. If there's no code, see, this is where it's going to fail. Does it have to have a code? I guess that's the question. So, command resulted in an error, canceled. Okay. Well, that's kind of cool. We kind of did a full authentication flow up until the point until we, up to here at least. Yeah, no worries, XG. It's okay. Robert Tails, why is this loop happening? Says Dev, who probably wrote the loop. That's exactly what happened, bud. All right, so what I think I need to double check is I need to open up the flow that we have set up for the Twitch highlighter extension that I have. So give me just a second on that. Terminal. Come on, terminal. Load up. CD. ls. WSL dev. Repos. CD VS code Twitch highlighter code dot hyphen R. What is my font now, by the way? Yeah, it should be Dank Mono. Oh, I opened up the wrong thing, that's why. I need another instance of VS Code Insiders. I know you can't see my screen. Hold on. Yeah, Dank Mono's installed. Oh. Checkity check. Okay. All right. Share my screen. So in this case, what we do, I guess we can run this and we can see how the flow goes. I don't want both running at the same time though. That'll probably eat up a lot of juice. Stop that one. close this. Thank you. Okay. Let's go over here. I'm gonna run and debug this. Let's move this over to this side. All right. So now, you can't really see. A little bit smaller here. Right here. So this is the Twitch line highlighter extension. So I'm going to tell it to log in. Let's put some breakpoints in before I do that, though. This is the authentication service. Sign in handler. So I think we want a breakpoint here. Why that happened, I don't know. And then look at that. It's open and external. I've essentially copied this. It's taking the state. State is just a random value. Oh, it's creating a server with that state? So that might be something I'm missing here. So the request is creating a server like within VS Code to just to handle receiving the response back from Twitch. It's parsing the request, the URL, it's getting the path, just saying if the path equals just that, then we're going to respond 200 and send the file, which is what? What's this file? Path join extensions, get extension ID, extension path out. Oh, it's an index.html file, which is login index.html is this. Window on load creates a function, and it's doing the redirect on its own. Alright, if the location href includes /pound, then we're going to set it to OAuth window hash replace. Else, it's just going to be OAuth href equals complete. That's so weird. And then so you can close the window. Very interesting. Otherwise, oh, okay, so that's why. So if the request has OAuth in it, then it's going to say, okay, get the query, see if the state is there. The query state does not equal the state, which the state is being passed in from the create server. Window show error while logging in, state mismatch error, API revoke token. Bada bing, bada boom. Tuhan, hey, welcome in. Is there a reason that writing JavaScript codes in HTML script tags instead of a TypeScript file? So I think the reason for that is one, I partnered with a fellow community member who typically frequents the stream, Parathon, who contributed to this extension many moons ago. And at that time, this was kind of the standard practice to handle any type of authentication flows from an extension within VS Code is to spin up a server and then host some, using that server as a means to receive the result of an OAuth redirect type of flow, okay? And so this HTML or HTM file was kind of the de facto way to handle doing that, and that's why you're seeing this. Now, is that typical in general? No, you're right? But within the time frame and the scope of what this is, yes, this was something fairly typical that could happen. Because otherwise, if it's simpler to just have the script directly in this HTML file for the purposes of this, instead of having a separate script that gets referenced and hosted on that server. Right? If you look at what this is doing, it's very simple, straightforward. If this was any bigger, sure, maybe we need to break that out into a separate script file and then reference it, the source of this You know what I mean? On the server. So hope that answers your question. But if you have more, let me know, or follow-ups on that. Happy to answer that as best I can too. All right, so that whole thing happens, and it's checking the state, and then that's it. As long as the state, so let's assume the state is good, then it's going to validate the token via this API class that we have. If that comes back as valid, then it just stores the token. Baduhan says, okay, I get it. The reason that I asked is because I use only Angular and we do not use JavaScript and HTML. I wondered, is there a difference in React? But thank you for the answer. Yeah, no worries. This isn't using any front-end framework for this stuff. This is a VS Code extension. Typically, you wouldn't have like an HTML page for this purposes of what I'm doing.
An ad is about to start in 5,000 milliseconds. There's an ad running for 90.
Okay. All right, and so then when that finishes, it sends the file. What's the file? Res.end file. Oh, if it's complete, then it does file as well. We're not modifying the file at all in that regard. It's always the same. And then it's listening. All right, so let's put a breakpoint in, I would say in here. And then here maybe. Let's see what happens with this. Where were we? This one. All right, so if I click continue, it's going to open up VS Code Insiders. And we get nothing. Where's the extension? View. Did that work? Let's try again. Oh, it already has an access token. Maybe. Error while logging in, state mismatch error. Okay. So we're going to open up this. We're going to go in here. Yeah, I'm going to authorize that. You can close the window now. And now we hit the server here. What's the path? Path is complete. I don't know why it's hitting that if statement then. The breakpoints are all wonky right now for some reason. Favicon. Oh, that's not the one I wanted. It's this one. But if I zoom in, you could see. So it ends up hitting localhost 5001 and saying complete. And then it's like, you can close the window. You're good to go. Badohan says, okay, I appreciate it. Yeah, no worries. Happy to help answer best I can when I can. All right. Also, let me know if I'm pronouncing your name correctly. If not, I will adjust. I want to, out of respect to you, I want to make sure I'm pronouncing it correctly. Badohan. Or B19. Would B19 be better? All right. In any case, I think that I am connected now. And then I can tell it to start highlighting, which sends the message in the chat. And now if I have like a file open like this, B19, I spelled correctly, yeah. So if I do line 9, you'll see it highlighted VS Code. So that's our extension, right? And the idea is we're going to go from the extension itself having to do the authentication to the authentication provider being the one that shares it with this child extension, if you will. That's the plan here. Let's remove that highlight. And I can disconnect. Boom, it's out. Okay. So I think I need to just kind of revise the way Twitch, dev.twitch.tv, go to their docs. And authentication. APIs that require the user's permission to access resources use user access tokens, which is what we're going to want to do. So Twitch uses scopes to identify the resources or the fields within a resource that your app needs permission to access. For example, you don't need permission to get a user's user resource, but you do need their permission to include their email address with the resource. The following example shows the dialog that Twitch displays to the user to get their permission. Yeah. We want this to be, so one thing to note here is if you saw before when I was using the Twitch one, or the line highlighter extension, when I authorize here, just let it finish loading up for a second here. Let's do Twitch. Let's log out. So we're like removing sign out of it. And I think I need to go to my Twitch account to like deauthorize that account, that app. Let me double check over here. In order for this to flow through again and for demonstration purposes. So hold on. What is this emote attribution? What is emote attribution on Twitch? That's interesting. Anybody know about that? And they have a wallet now too? What is... I need to go to settings. Yeah. And then connections. No, is it connections? Yeah. And then I got the clarkio VS Code highlighter bot. I'm going to disconnect that. So for folks that aren't familiar, you go to twitch.tv/settings/connections and then you slide down, scroll down, and you can see other connections, right? Things that you authorize these apps to use your Twitch account. So when I do that for... That sounds cool. Tell the world who made your emotes for you. Oh, is that what that is? Or is it like when people give you recognition for your emotes that you own? You know what I mean? I don't know. All right, so let's try doing this again. Let it run through. Do your thing. Yep, open. Okay, so I'm going to show you again here. So this is what we're talking about, right? So this particular extension, this particular app wants to access my Twitch account and have the permissions to be able to send live chat messages, to send messages in my chat rooms, basically, and view the messages that are in there. It needs that so that it can see the command that's coming in, and two, so that it can, if you want it to, send messages on your behalf. But if somebody uses the authentication provider, it shouldn't default to these, because maybe their extension that they're building for VS Code to use the Twitch authenticated state on behalf of this user, maybe it doesn't need that, right? And maybe they don't want to, you know what I mean? Like you don't want to ask for more permissions than you actually need. So what we need to do is create the authentication provider for Twitch to be capable of dynamically authenticating with new scopes, either existing scopes that were there before, or like basically add on to the scopes that are in need. And I got to figure out how we're going to handle that. I guess, well, I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, but you get the idea, right? So we come in here and it says, hey, this app, clarkio VS Code highlighter bot, wants to access your account, my clarkio account. Here's what it's going to need access to on your account. And you click authorize if you want to continue and cancel if not, right? And then that ends up with Twitch saying, okay, this user says it's okay, so let's give this app that's requesting access to clarkio's account the access it needs with those scopes, which I think those scopes are defined in the URL to some degree. I'm going to copy this and look off stream real quick. It has the state. Yeah, the scope is like chat read and chat edit. That's the scopes that are in there. Right. So we need to be able to dynamically update scopes when we authorize. think I can share this. It's just a client ID and some randomly generated state. Right here. So some gobbledygook. And it says force verify true. I'm not sure why we need that necessarily. We can look into that. Response type, we want to get a token as a result of this, which is an auth token on behalf of the user that will have some type of expiration to it. And we're asking for these scopes. Chat read, space, so that %20 is a space, and then chat edit. And then we say, why is that in there? Like end. Oh, that's the redirect URI. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong. So then, yeah, you say where you want to redirect to. Localhost 5001. So the difference here is instead of us redirecting to a localhost URL in the authentication provider, I'm saying, where's the redirect? I'm saying this, which should be this actually. Find all references. If proxy endpoints Twitch and new URL proxy endpoints Twitch hostname equals that. If you're running in insiders vscode.dev, then ensure we use the redirect route on that. Okay, so keep in mind for folks that maybe didn't catch some of the past streams when we added this code, we copied a lot of code from the GitHub authentication provider by Microsoft, which is, this is auth sample. We didn't copy any of that, but these were like references that we're looking at. This is it right here. So this GitHub authentication provider is built into VS Code along with the Microsoft authentication provider, which is what you would expect since VS Code is made by Microsoft. So I was like, okay, let me see how they do it. And we ripped off a lot of it, okay? And what I'm realizing is we will likely, when you should use these redirects is when we're running insiders. If we're running insiders vscode.dev. So when you're running VS Code in the browser, that's when you use these redirects. This is something I'm coming to a realization live in front of you all right now. I thought by chance that these redirects were something you could use locally. Like this would redirect, they would act as a proxy essentially. So that problem I was saying we were having before, I think I need to just do exactly what we were doing with Parathon in the original extension, is just spin up a localhost one. So I need to update this to use localhost and not so get redirect endpoint. Ripped off, inspired by, yeah. Yeah, exegete. Yeah, we ripped off. Well, we're given, look, based on the license, okay? We went over this too with when we first started going down this path of creating this extension, the authentication provider extension. And it's an MIT license, and all that requires is that you update your license to include the fact that you are using code from, but basically include that license. So what I did is in the license here, I have my license at the top, which is MIT as well, and then Microsoft's. So it's safe to use based on that license. It's permissible. Pranav, hey, what are we working on today? We are working on a VS Code extension, Twitch authentication provider type extensions to allow people to sign into their Twitch account from within VS Code. And then we'll have other extensions that will depend upon that and be able to do things with it. So we're getting there. We're learning some things. Wow. Yeah. Wow. How did that go off? Is that somebody's join sound effect? Pranav, is that your join sound effect? Wow. Sounds awesome. I'm glad you're interested in that. I'm glad to hear. All right. Yeah, exegete, exactly. Wow. Oh, wow. Use this flow if your app is a client-side JavaScript app or mobile app. For details about getting it, I wonder if we can do this instead of the authorization code grant flow. Use this flow if your app uses a server, can securely store a client's secret, and can make server to server. No, we definitely want that because we're gonna store the client secret. So we're gonna have to rip off our own code a bit more. But first we need to double check. Or let's get that to stop running. Don't run that extension anymore. And we're gonna go back to authentication provider. So we need to see where are we pulling this from again? Where are we? All right, so do login without local server. I want to make sure we're not using this anymore, at least for. Supported client. How's that? Valid desktop callback schemes includes URI scheme or VS Code Dev Insiders Dev, GitHub Dev, Code Spaces. I think I'm just getting ahead of myself with this valid desktop callback schemes. On Windows, some browsers don't see. This is all browser-based client stuff. I'm not worried. I don't want to. I want to at some point support having this extension. I want to support running this extension in VS Code in the browser. So like vscode.dev or github.dev, like this in code spaces and stuff like that. However, I think I need to hold off on doing that right now. So what we're going to do is we are going to comment out all of that. And we want to do login with local server. Where are we doing that? Right here. So if extension kind equals UI and type of navigator equals. All right. Starting a local server is only supported if we are in a UI extension because we need to open a port on the machine that has the browser. Yeah. We are in a node runtime because we need to open a port on the machine, and code exchange can only be done with a supported target. Exactly. So this is what we want to do. This extension kind equals VS Code extension kind UI. Yeah. All right, so we should do this. Await prompt to continue. Local server. Return await this dot do login with local server and scope. Scopes are kind of dynamic, right? Where's the scopes? Scopey scopes. Scopes are passed into the login. Final references to that. Scopes get passed in when we create the session too, which this ends up being on the extension. Yeah, authentication provider, create session, and then you can pass in the scopes. Okay, so that's already built into this. And if we go into our extension, we say session get session. VS Code authentication, get session Twitch with that scope, user read email. What we want, yeah, that's fine. Okay, that's a command to sign in. Okay, cool. Exegete. Why are you saying no Frackberg? Pranav says no, not mine. I think that was Michael Jolly. No, Michael Jolly's is who the hell cares. Apologies if I'm getting the name wrong. Yeah, no worries. No worries, Pranav. All right, I think we're getting somewhere. I have an idea of where we're going. So we want to see. We're going to call the login. Login gets called when we try to create a session. Or get session when we go to get a session. here, which is create session, calls the login, which will result in a token being received. And then we await token to session. What does that do? Oh. That might need to change based on Twitch. I think this is still based on GitHub. Oh yeah, I remember now where I can check my joining effect. Maxwell, hey, good to see you, Maxwell. Am I self-taught? When it comes to VS Code extensions, yes. When it comes to general development background, no. Like when I first started out, I went to university and studied computer engineering. Pranav, where can you go to change your join sound effect? If you go to github.com/clarkio/TTV chatbot. Is that what it is? Yeah. And then go to effects.json. We're going to find out right now. Join sound effects. And Pranav, it is you. I thought so. It's wow. So you can, if you just open up a PR removing that from this file. I'll give you the exact URL. You can remove it completely and then it won't do a sound effect for when you join. Or you can change it to whatever the other sound effects are that I have, like any of those that are listed there. Robert Table says, I taught him everything he knows. You have taught me quite a bit, though, Robert Tables. I'll give you that, buddy. Pranav, I forgot I settled that. I thought it was I am Iron Man. Oh, well, you can change it now. Just open up a PR. Let me know if you do. I mean, I should get a notification if you do open up a PR. But just in case, I would say, yeah, let me know once you get that squared away. All right, where were we again? Let's go back. Yeah, no problem, Pranav. All right.
I am Iron Man.
There you go. You can do that. Change it to that one. Go into the login. Go to login. And this is where we're doing the whole server thing. Okay. What is that? Remove that breakpoint. Remove that breakpoint. We want to do login with local server. And we want to make sure this starts getting triggered here. Loopback auth server. Okay, here we go. This is what we got. This should make it work. All right, so let's try this. Let's run it. We'll make sure we get to this point in the path now that we commented out do login without local server and see where things go. All right. The extension development host is running. I'll bring up the command palette to trigger the Twitch sign-in. Allow. Oh, no auth flow succeeded. What? Didn't go anywhere, huh? Are the logs in here? Or logs in here? Twitch auth provider activated. Oh, is this the log? Yeah, I think so. Type error. Cannot read properties of undefined. Extension line 1. Ah, it's the bundled version that it's running. Is there a way to find like the exact file that's happening in? Maybe at the end of it. No, extension host. Microsoft Authentication, JSON language server, get a pull request extension. Extension host remote. What about extension host? I think this is my local extension host. The remote one is the one for running the extension under development. All right, I guess it gives me some details. Cannot read properties of undefined. What would be coming back undefined? I'm not even hitting this breakpoint of do login with local. So it has to be happening before then. Find all references. It didn't prompt me to continue. Where is that happening? Let's see if we can get a breakpoint here. Try it again. Okay, we got a breakpoint here. All right, let's step through what's going on. Scopes? What are scopes? Okay, that's right. So it's setting this prompt to continue as a function. Collapse that step over. Package JSON publisher. Yep. Name. Yep. Callback URI. Is that going to be a problem? It's got publisher name and code URI component nonce. Do we have a nonce? Where's the nonce coming from? I don't think we have a nonce. Oh, we do. Oh, it's getting set up there. My bad. Okay, so we step over that. Extension kind is 2. Step over that. Oh, this is where the error is. No auth flow succeeded. What's causing the error? Oh, this is not being satisfied. That's a 1. Extension kind is showing up as a 2. Okay. Alright, let's stop this. How do I make it, Extension runs where the remote extension host runs. Extension runs where the UI runs. How do I think it's in the package JSON. Extension kind. Oh. Get rid of workspace. Just call it UI. Let's do that. Let's try again. Live debugging and learning. You'll love to see it. Hasn't started up yet. Let's try again. Switch. Oh, something go wrong? Oh, we got another problem. What happened? Or is that from before? That might be from before. Why don't we see it as an option? Switch. Okay. When I say it's a UI, that doesn't it doesn't create a define the kind of an extension. UI extensions are installed and run on the local machine while workspace extensions run on the remote. What the heck does that mean? We're gonna have to look. It is always fun learning by failing. Yes, Parvin. Let's see what that means. VS Code extension kind. Not really great results there. Let's see if this. Oh wait, here we go. Architecture extension. All right, UI extensions. These extensions contribute to the VS Code user interface and are always run on the user's local machine. UI extensions cannot directly access files on the remote workspace or run script/tools installed in that workspace or on the machine. Example UI extensions include themes, snippets, language grammars, and key maps. Workspace extensions. These extensions are run on the same machine as where the workspace is located. When in a local workspace extensions run on the local machine. When in the remote workspace or when using code spaces, workspace extensions run on the remote machine/environment. I don't know why I need that logic then. That's something that we copied over from. Maybe I just get rid of that. But then I don't know how that affects the logic of here. I might need to sort this out, but let's put another breakpoint here and see if we don't include.
An ad is about to start in 5,000 milliseconds.
Hey, Parathon. Hey!
There's an ad running for 90.
I'm gonna wait a second for the ad. Parathon, are your ears ringing? By the way, those of you, it's been a minute for sure. Yeah, buddy, man, no worries. How you been? Have your ears been ringing? Because I've been talking. I was just talking about you earlier. How you? Because I'm working on the Twitch highlighter extension, and I'm working on an authentication provider for Twitch extension type. So basically, extracting out our authentication flow from our extension directly and putting it into this separate extension that we can then depend upon in the highlighter extension. Just got an ad on Twitch, yeah. At least my bot alerts us. The TTS bot will alert us when we got an ad coming. Oh, I've dabbled in that a little bit. Did you really? Nice. Yeah, so basically I've been copying, for the most part, I copied a lot of what the GitHub authentication provider does here. Over on the built-in one, that extension. However, it does a lot, which I want to do. It does a lot. It has a lot of logic built into that to detect whether you're running in code spaces or vscode.dev and that kind of thing. And that's what it keeps like holding me up from getting something working right now. And then I'll worry about plugging those pieces in. So I don't know if you're familiar with this extension kind thing, but it's the logic that they have is expecting the extension kind to be a UI extension type. However, I don't know that I can do that because for whatever reason, when I do set it as a UI extension type, it doesn't actually show up. It doesn't make the commands available. Yeah, built-in auth provider for an extension used to interact with SailPoint Identity IQ. Ah, nice, man. Okay, so this is right up your alley again. Perfect. What a weird coincidence that you're able to join today when I'm working on the extension again too. But awesome to see you, man. Hope you and the family are doing well. All right, I want to see what the extension kind comes back as now that I removed this extension kind property off of package.json. Because for whatever reason, when I leave it as just UI, it doesn't allow me to have that command. There it is. Now it is available. All right. It's to say an extension kind value is 1. What does mine show up as? 2. It still shows as 2. So it's gonna fail. Robert Tables, it's a conspiracy. Yeah. I think I just need to get rid of this logic. It's interesting that it's defining my extension kind as a workspace extension. It runs where the remote extension runs. Maybe because I'm in the debug view? I don't know. I need to just get rid of that logic, I think. because it's just always going to fail as a result of this. I don't know. I got to sort this out later. Comment that out. We'll put a little to do in here. To do. Figure out why this extension results in a kind equal to 2 instead of 1. Which results in the commented out logic to not be satisfied. Therefore, it won't attempt login. Parathon says we're doing pretty good, all things considered. The older kids are participating in tournaments now. Nice. And the younger ones just want to emulate them. It's fun watching them grow. Oh, yeah, for sure, man. That's awesome. I was saying earlier, like my win of the week was the kids were at the grandparents for most, like since Sunday, and we just got them this morning. It was cool. One of the things that was cool to see while they were gone, we were getting videos from the grandparents and stuff like that, but seeing my youngest trying to emulate my oldest and do the things that they were doing. So I'm going through that a little bit too, man. So awesome here. Glad everybody's doing well. All right, let's run this sucker now. Alrighty. We got the extension running. Sign in. We say allow. All right, now that logic passed because the navigator, like if we were in a browser, navigator will actually not be undefined, I guess. All right, so now we're gonna prompt the user. So we're gonna let this run through. We're gonna let this run through. We're gonna redirect endpoint. Yeah, we don't want that to be the redirect endpoint. Oh no, I might have to fix that. Let's step out of this. What called that? Shoot, where are we? Oh, interesting. It like authorized already. All right, it spun up its own server and port. Callback nonce. There's an error. Parameter redirect URI does not match. Yep. Okay. So I need to create this. I need to add this to my Twitch app as a permissible redirect. Ah, yes, the Florida State Navigators. Best in the bracket. My bookie told me. Says Robert Tables. Yeah. All right. What I need to do. Actually, I think I got to do it on this screen here. Dev.twitch. Go to my apps. Yeah. Twitch developer. Let me see my app. Here, my console. And my applications. VS Code extension. Auth provider. Manage that. All right, this is what I'm talking about. All right, so I want to add one. I want it to be like that. Does it have to be HTTPS though? I think it's gonna yell at me if it's not Yeah. What if I just do that? Save it. If I just put it in as HTTPS, will that be sufficient? We'll find out. Even though we're not actually redirecting that way. Let's cancel that. Yep. Alright, so now if I try it again while it's still running. Allow. do your thing. Oh, here we go. Now, yeah. Authorize. Read your email address and email verification status. Okay. Okay, see, this is the problem. I don't want it to redirect there, actually. That was weird. But it went through. So I guess it was okay with that. I figured it out. Instead of 127.0, use localhost, and I believe it won't complain. Rabbit says, we'll find out next week on Dragon Ball Z. Yeah. All right, let's try changing this to localhost. Why can't I type? Ah. You were right. Hey, what's up, Chris Jones? Welcome back, buddy. Did you miss words? We didn't really play words on stream. I wanted to jump into... Well, one, at the beginning, I started late. In the beginning of the stream, we didn't have too many people that would be able to play, for one. And two, because I started late, I wanted to jump into... I've been itching to work on this, so... Oh, yeah, fair enough. Yep. All right, so now I just need to... In terms of like what I'm sending back as the... Let's cancel this again. Getting good tests in here. Get this working. Yeah, allow. All right, I want to see... Before we do this redirect URI, how are we defining that? Put a breakpoint here. Play. Redirect URI. Yeah, it shouldn't be that. Need it to be localhost or whatever the local server is, you know? This is what leads me to believe that you should be able to do this vscode.dev/redirect. No state or URL query parameter provided. I don't understand that. If we look at the code, GitHub Authentication Provider, when they... Let's look at their local server. Do login with local. Where I could jump to that. With local. There it is. Do login with local server. It's still... It's doing this. It's still spinning up a external server. Promise race, and then exchange code for token when that comes back. So, we look at this. If this redirect endpoint to return that. If auth provider type is, if this type is auth provider type GitHub, then it's using those as well. Is it ever using, like when it's the local one, how does it, no. In all cases, it's saying a redirect endpoint is always using, let's make this bigger. Can I move this? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Fudge. This. How do I resize this? I want to see more of these details. It's setting it here, which is that constant redirect URL stable. It's setting it here, which is also another constant, but in this case, it's the insider's version. It's setting it here, it's just hard coding it to the vscode.dev/redirect, and then it's returning it. So that's it. Now, looking at the values of these, this is always, both of these are always set to that, which makes me believe that this acts as like a proxy for the GitHub Authentication Provider. I need to understand how this is being used, and then maybe I can get past this little error message. Is that an extension for definitions? What do you mean? This one here, this is the GitHub Authentication Provider extension built into VS Code. If that's what you're asking about, Pranav. I need to understand why I'm getting this no state or URL query parameter provided. Hey, Lucas, thank you for the follow. On the right side, is something that's part of GitHub now. GitHub.com. When you click on different symbols inside of the code, that file that you're looking at, it shows you like all the references to that symbol. It's very nice. Yeah, yeah. It's not an extension or anything. It's just built into VS Code. I mean, into GitHub.com. I think you need to enable it potentially. I don't think I did. V1, yeah, I love their new view as well. It's super helpful. It is a little bit noisy, but you can actually hide this just by clicking on that. And then when you click on a symbol again, it'll bring it back up. That's nice. You're not getting it? We'll check it. Yeah, yeah. Rabbit Tails is wild is what it is. Yeah, it is wild. It's very cool that they do that. I think it might be an experimental setting that I've enabled. Let me double check real quick for you, Pranav. Let me get that sorted out, Pranav, real quick. And for anybody else that might be interested in this too. I'm pretty sure it's like a... one of those... Does anybody know? Is it under appearance? How do I get it again? I know I've seen it in here. Feature preview. Colorblind themes, command palette / command. No, I guess it's not. Maybe it's regionally enabled. Yeah, you might have to enable it. I had to from feature preview. So I'm looking at my, let me go back here. I share my screen so you can see. I might be blocking it, but there's right here next to me, Pranav. It says feature preview. You click on that. There's command palette. Quickly navigate and jump between your organization's repositories. I haven't really used that a lot. And then / command. Project migration. That's for projects. So it doesn't look like it's something I enabled. On here at least. I got it. It's present when I visit a file. Okay, there you go. So I think it's across the board. I don't think it's a feature preview anymore. I think they've publicly enabled this for everybody now. In fact, I can double check this. Just go like incognito mode. Huh. Why don't I see it now? When I'm not logged in. It doesn't give me that functionality. Is it something to do with my account? Open symbol panel is the name of it. So if I go in here and I... Now you got me. I know we're going off on a tangent here, but like... I guess you have to be logged in order for that to work. No, there you go. At least you got it working, Pranav. All right, where were we? I needed to look up how to get this VS Code .dev redirect. Is there any documentation on this? Yeah, no problem, Pranav. I'm glad it'll be really helpful. Does the issue occur when when I open the synchronization? I use Microsoft GitHub account, but the browser cannot redirect to this. Suspicious is duplicate of that. And then it got closed. Let's see what this one is. Unable to log into Microsoft GitHub account in mainland China. Yes, same problem occurred on my machine. Blah, blah, blah. So it appears that vscode.dev is blocked in China. Does the same apply to GitHub.dev? Oh, they just straight up pasted their access code. I'm just reading chat. I'm reading. I might have to hit up Tyler. Tyler's a good buddy. He used to stream quite a bit on Twitch. I don't know if he still does. I used to work with him quite a bit. Or is this restricted? That vscode.dev restricted to just the GitHub authentication or Microsoft authentication? You know, I wonder. No state or URL query parameter provided. What's weird is like if I copy this and then I look at it. There's a token type. There's a nonce. There is a state, but this what's weird is my state is being set to the URL, the callback. Why is that? Oh, what's going on here? Request cannot be served. Yeah, that's fine. In my code here. There's no state being sent. Who's creating the state? No. Bot server. State. Right there. Why am I encoding URI component callback URL? What if I change that to URL? Because it's saying, what did it say in here again? No state or URL query parameter provided. So if I provide a URL, it says no state, which is weird because there is a state. Let's try setting that to URL and see what happens. All right, refresh. Yippers. Go for it. Boom. 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 Continue. Ah! Oh, it's a new port now. Is that port going to always be dynamic? I can't handle that if the port is going to be dynamic. vscode.dev is an endpoint for their auth stuff, not yours. Oh. All right, thanks for the heads up, Marathon. So my redirect endpoint, in this case, if we're doing login with locals, well, there's two things that's going to happen here. One, if the port is dynamic like that, when it spins up a server, I can't be... Is there a way I can tell Twitch that, like, hey, any localhost any port? What if I do port star? Does that save? Invalid redirect URI provided. Excellent. Okay, so that's not going to work. It needs to be on a port. Is there a way I can define the port in this every time? No, we don't. We want to ignore that for now. Hey, thanks for the file, Hash. Welcome in. Happy to have you here. All right, we're doing local server. Bada bing, bada boom. Getting redirect endpoint. Here's the server. Loopback auth server. What does that do? Can I define the server serve root starting redirect? Howdy, Coach Sean. Welcome in. What's your win of the week if you got one? It's creating server. Where's the port getting defined? Show me the port. Hope stream's going well, brother. It is. Thanks, Hash. How are you doing this week, man? Where's the port? This server address on listening. This port. Where's that getting final references? In the auth server. Source auth server. Oh, in my auth server. If undefined, the server is not started yet. Server root starting redirect. Login URL .toString2. Coach Sean says I got Richard Lander to speak to my user group last night. Nice. And I have Scott Hanselman speaking on June 20th. And that's awesome to hear. Congrats on that, Coach Sean. Hash has been off work, so not been up to much recently. Thought I'd have a look for Node.js streamers. Okay, cool. Yeah. Welcome in. Happy to have you here. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, I'm working on an authentication provider-based extension for VS Code, which is using TypeScript, Node.js behind the scenes, and that sort of thing. And in particular, I'm trying to create it so that you can authenticate with your Twitch account from using this extension. Where am I? Oh, port right here. Oh, it timed out. Yeah, that's fine. When I do server start, what if I define the port? How can I define the port? Set state, which will be used to redirect back to VS Code. All right, so I need to, well, where was it that I was doing this? Oh. Where did I change that state then before? Oh, right there. It's not even using that, and I changed it. I'm such a knucklehead. I should just comment this out for now, so that I don't keep trying to use that one. All right, we're doing this. We have a client ID, redirect, force verify. I think I have in our previous version we had true. Scope is Twitch key scope. We should let that be passed in, right? Scope should be this. It should be scopes. Whatever scopes get passed in, that's why it's dynamic. Client ID is that. Redirect URI is going to be this. And I want... Hash says, I'm very new to Node.js, so most will go over my head, but it's such an amazing language so far. Node.js and JavaScript in general, to be honest. Yeah, it's super versatile. I've been using it for the past several years. I like it a lot. There are definitely some, some disadvantages with it and little gotchas that are annoying about it, but for the most part, yeah, it's great. Can I say server dot... properties. If I stick to a specific port. All right, let me back up so that people understand what's going on. I need to tell Twitch for my app what I want to allow as redirect URLs for when people are going through the OAuth process. Okay?
An ad is about to start in 5,000.
Hey, Latjor, good to see you.
There's an ad running for 90.
Yeah, Parathon, exactly. I'm creating a server and allowing to pick a dynamic available port. There must be a way to specify the port to use, but we need to find where we define the server creation parameters, I think. Yeah, exactly. But to get everybody on the same page, before, when because I'm letting it spin up a server on any port it wants, maybe I'll just define it to that one, to be honest. That's how I'm able to tell Twitch, like, hey, allow redirect, when people are authorizing with my app, allow redirect URIs to only specific ones in this list, in this case, like that. So, let's save that. So what I need to do is I need to tell the extension to spin up the server, the localhost server, on a specific port, which is happening in this new create server. This should allow me to define the port on this. Request listener. It's saying create server with this function. And that returns the server. Back. Where's index HTML coming from? Oh, that's kind of interesting. Is that in here somewhere? Is that in the yeah, where's index HTML coming from? Serve the static files. Where is it getting the static file from, I wonder? Or just kind of creating it on the fly. That's whatever. I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole right now. All right, so substring to get rid of the leading slash. So it's when you call start that it figures out the port. There's the options. Fix header size, keep alive. Ah, there's no port option. HTTP create server, listen, and then pass in port like that. Marathon. Let's see. And then here's create server. That, comma. There are overloads here. We have options is first. And then it's the request listener in that case. It doesn't start listening until when? When does it start listening? Oh, right here. Stop running for a second. Server listen. Port should be the port number or undefined. So it's defining it as 0. What if I just say boom? Like, oh no, not that. What was it in here? 4475. I hard code it to that. Hey, thank you for the follow, Ryan Weed. Welcome in. Happy to have you here. Change 0 to our port. Yeah, let's try that. Let's see. Right there. I think that should do it. All right, run this sucker. Ah, that's not what I wanted. That's what I want. Boom, 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 boom. All right. Twitch sign in. Yes, I want to allow. Hit all of our breakpoints. Bada bing, bada boom, bada bing, bada boom. Bada bing, bada boom, bada bing, bada boom. Oh, the redirect. We got to change that still. But we should. Yes, okay. Cool. Cool beans, cool beans. We're going to click authorize and then it's going to fail. You're about to leave Twitch? Yeah, yeah. Right, okay. That's okay. I think. He thinks. What do you recommend to learn how to code, says Prolific? Well, first of all, welcome in. Thank you for your question. I think there's some more context, some more questions that need to be answered to help answer that better. So I don't mean to answer your question with a question, but it depends on how you find yourself best learning. Do you prefer like instructor-led courses so you have that like accountability to keep you on task and like focused, or are you okay with doing self-learning, right? Because if depending on those, that's a key thing to take into consideration when you're looking to learn new stuff. If you're on the side of learning on your own, you still need to also discover yourself a bit more, or be self-aware in the sense of, do you do well with like more written tutorials and following along like that and then doing it on your own, or more video based, or maybe a combination of both, right? Depending on your answers to that, then that would point me to different resources. But like, I would use like, if I'm looking to learn something new today, I'm going to be going to something like ChatGPT as my first thing to search on and ask about. And then I'll be like, hey, I want to learn about this topic. What resources do you recommend I use? Can you teach me about it? And let the AI, using its plethora of data to work off of, to kind of guide me in the right direction. That's my honest answer. I'm not saying that just because AI is a hot trend nowadays, but that's like slowly becoming my workflow. Instead of me going to Googling right away, I'm going to ChatGPT first and asking my questions. And then if that doesn't really result in everything I want, I mean, it typically does, then I'll start leaning on my old ways, of my traditional ways, I should say, of searching for things, which would be through Google and things like that. Funny, you're coding in TypeScript. I'm learning more to master JS. That's awesome to hear, Ryan Weed. Welcome in. Christian says, also, what do you want to code? Website, mobile app, desktop app? Yeah. How did I learn Prolific? I first originally... How do I want to put this? I was doing some coding on my own on the side. Like I was learning on my own, just tinkering on computers back in the day. But I did go to university and studied computer engineering. That's how I started out. I don't necessarily recommend that for everybody. I don't regret going through that, but I also, looking back now, is I think I probably could have been just as successful and would have saved some money had I just gone like the self-taught route. But, it's hindsight 2020 kind of thing. Yeah. Ryan Wheat says, I've been learning courses and it's not working well, but I'm trying and failing. Coding is all about failing and getting better. Exactly. Yeah. You're seeing me here. I'm failing right in front of you right now. Like things are not working. What's helpful for me, or the reason why you're seeing me maybe like flow through this a bit better, is because based on my past experience, I know what things to do because I've gone through this type of stuff, even though it might be different errors or a different project, different language, I'm used to I see common patterns as you get more and more experience in this industry, in this type of role, this job. You see common patterns, and it helps you, knowing those common patterns that come up when you're debugging things, you're able to kind of resolve them more quickly. So that's what you might be seeing going on here as you're watching along. Pranav says, for me, it's a mix of both the course and project and docs and much more. Yeah, I tend to jump around quite a bit. Prolific says, okay, thank you. Yeah, happy to help. Pranav, you agree? ChatGPT for sure? Yeah, same here. Chris Jones, personally, I learned from peers. I was fortunate to work with devs before becoming one. Yeah, that's a good point too, yeah. But in terms of resources online that are free, yeah, YouTube, Free Code Camp, Pluralsight's a paid one. I have some, full disclosure, I have some courses on Pluralsight, albeit a bit old at this point, that could use a refresher or a little bit of updating on. But yeah, I do like Pluralsight. I think they typically are very good. I recommend Pluralsight over something like Udemy, but only because I have an issue with Udemy where, and again, maybe things have changed, and those of you that have heard this before, you can tune me out, but Udemy, just like a quick little blurb about Udemy and like a little PSA, public service. Did everything crash? What's going on here? No. Oh, no, that didn't. Okay. Little PSA about Udemy. In the past, at least, it may have gotten better now. I doubt it, but maybe. People were stealing courses from other paid course websites and posting them as their own on Udemy and collecting money off of other people's work. They were stealing other people's work and then benefiting off of it for their own advantages. And Udemy wasn't really worried about trying to fix that problem or taking these things down. And that's why I have a little bit of a bad taste, if you will, when it comes to Udemy. But that's not to say you can't find good, legitimate courses on there that are worthwhile and at a better price point than maybe somewhere else on that topic. So I don't completely knock Udemy as like, for those of you that are consuming this stuff, do what suits you best, and what you can afford and that kind of thing. And if Udemy, there's a course on there that fits what you need, do you, right? But I'm just sharing this as like, if you don't want to support something like that, that's something to take into consideration. Bernov says, keep exploring though, it will help a lot. Yes, absolutely. Ryan Weed says, yeah, classes isn't my thing. I've done too much of school. I graduated in 2018, thank God. Okay, yeah, totally feel you on that. I mean, I kind of graduated by the skin of my teeth in some of my classes, so I feel you on that. Currently, I work at McDonald's. Yeah, all right, man. Hey, props to you for, looking to keep learning and having a job to hold you over in the meantime to take care of yourself and do what you need to do. I absolutely commend you for that, man. I used to work at a grocery store. I was a bagger. Started out as a bagger, worked my way up while I was going through school and stuff like that, and then and that helped me pay for a lot of stuff too. Robert Taylor says, I learned by failing a ton. I used to be a truck driver. Everyone can do it. Not everyone will do it. Yeah, absolutely. Robert Tables is a perfect example of that. That's awesome. Thank you for reminding us of that, Robert Tables. Parathon says, if self-learning, I like the advice to get into the code and start a project on something easy, create a new app based on a template and debug, step through it to understand what it is doing. Also start with a simple calculator as an example. Parathon, you bring up a good point and something that I don't care if I sound like a broken record on. Lots of folks that are looking to get into coding, and this goes out to like yourself, Ryan Weed, or Prolific, who asked the original question that sparked this discussion. When you're learning, it is definitely important to get your hands dirty, put your hands on the keyboard, and start typing out the stuff. Don't just copy and paste if you can. I mean, in some cases that's fine, but it's best if you manually type it out yourself, so you just get that muscle memory going, and it helps it stick in your mind more if you type it. Kind of like when you write stuff down too. Like if you just try to remember it by memory, if you write it down, even if you don't keep that piece of paper around and look at it, refer it, you're more likely to remember something because you took the moment to have your brain write it down physically. You're more likely to remember something. And the same thing goes with coding. Like if you actually type it out instead of when you're following a tutorial or maybe watching a video, if you actually type it out, you're more likely for that to stick with you than if you were to just copy and paste it. So just keep that in mind as one. And then two, the other point I was getting at, the Parathon sparked this thought of, and I know I sound like a broken record with this for folks that have heard it, but you don't have to come up with like this brand new revolutionary idea and start using that as the thing that you're going to be coding while learning. It's not really something that you're going to have success doing. Okay. Don't worry about coming up with a new original idea, trying to become the next, I don't know, TikTok creator or something like that, right? Or like building an app like that. Focus on the learning. That's the main focus that you need to have when you're in this stage right now. Focus on the learning, and what you build does not matter. It matters that you're practicing building stuff. So, like Parathon said, building a simple calculator as an example, doing a to-do list app, which I know is boring as heck, but it's something simple enough that you can get practice in and get your hands dirty building with. That's going to greatly benefit you than trying to then get. The reason I bring this up is because people get stuck and they're like, I need to think of something new before I can start coding what I've learned. That's not the case. Don't let that stop you. Don't use that as an excuse to prevent you from further your learning. Okay, so just a little side note on that, and thank you Parathon for sparking that thought for me. Parvin says, I have started searching with the new Bing chat AI tools for finding stuff. Yeah, I definitely recommend using whatever. For me, I'm using ChatGPT. Use whatever AI, which Bing I think is using ChatGPT behind the scenes, OpenAI anyway. But I recommend that. Chris Jones says, if you can speak a different language, programming isn't much different. You're just learning to talk to a computer rather than a human. Yeah, that's a very fair point, Chris Jones. Chat with 2 T's. Hey, welcome in. Happy to see you. Are you sure about the fact that higher education degrees are not necessary to get a job in tech? I'm 100% sure. You absolutely, I've seen it. There's people in this chat that have gotten jobs without having a computer science degree or related degree in the field. It's definitely possible. More and more big tech companies are even this was a wave. There was a wave of this going on in the news like a few years back, like pre-COVID, where things like Google and Microsoft were no longer requiring a 4-year degree. So it's definitely possible. Is it harder to get a job without a 4-year degree? I think there's probably there's room for arguments there for one way or the other. I think the answer to that is probably it depends. It depends on the company. So just keep that in mind, chat. Robert Tables says, start thinking about problem solving in your current industry. Even McDonald's, look at processes, resources, ordering, and logic. Everything is systems. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, if you need ideas, think about things that you're doing manually in terms of ideas of what to code. Think of things you're doing manually and see if you can automate that with software and like try to build that. That can give you ideas for getting more practice too, outside of recreating existing stuff. Prolific says, wow. I'm assuming that's helpful, and that's why you're saying wow. Glad to hear that. Chris Jones example, does not have a degree, got promoted internally, but fortunate that Chris Jones worked for a big company that likes to try and do that. Yeah. Thank you for the follow, Prolific. Appreciate you. Ryan Weed says, but I am autistic. I'm not lying. I've been coding for 3 years. I don't think having autism is anything that's going to hold you back in this regard. In fact, it might be an advantage you get. So, and the reason I'm saying that is because you started your sentence with, but I am autistic. I hearing that doesn't change anything that I said to you, in my opinion. I don't know what, maybe there's certain things that being autistic, maybe there's certain things about, I don't know where you maybe fall on the spectrum in that regard. I'm not an expert in this area. So I don't know if there are things that might be more challenging for you depending on where you land in the spectrum and that kind of thing. So if that's the case, I don't mean to downplay that. All I'm saying is that I still believe that even if you are on the spectrum, you can learn to code and be successful at it. That's what my message is. Parathon says, Clark, you agreed. Typing it out makes your brain think about it between the two sides. Yep. It's the same as the rubber ducky concept. Yes. If folks don't know what the rubber ducky concept is, I forget who came up with it or where it came from, but essentially it's like having a rubber duck on your desk that you pretend is something that is live and like can listen to you and maybe respond, and you talk to it like about what you're doing. This is partly why one of the reasons why I enjoy streaming myself programming is that it forces me to talk out loud what I'm thinking And it's kind of like I'm rubber ducking to you all. The point of that, though, is the more you talk it out loud, the more you're going to remember things, for one. And two, it's going to help you. You ever have those situations, like outside of even coding, where you're trying to remember something, and the more you're trying to solve something, like solve a problem that you have, and you're talking it out with somebody, and as you're talking it out and describing the problem with somebody, the answer comes to you. That's another reason why rubber ducky is pretty good. Parathon is another example. Parathon says, I'm one of them, those folks that don't have a degree and it works as a professional developer. Pernov says, yeah, you get flashes of the paper sometimes as well and easier to understand. Yeah. Posixfy? Hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Good to see you. Welcome in. Says, what do you think about reading someone else's codes or projects? I think that's fantastic. I think, honestly, if you get good at that, majority of software engineering roles or developer roles, whatever the title is, okay, I use them interchangeably. Some people are very picky about titles. I'm not, but I use them. So just real quick note from me is that I use them interchangeably. But whatever your title is, as a programming type of role or coding type of role, one of the things you're going to spend most of your time doing in a professional position like that is reading code and doing code reviews. So I think that's a great way to practice as well. Posix fine. Thank you for your question. Robert Tails says, I still don't have my degree and I lead a team of 60 people now. Robert Tables is a success story right in the chat of somebody without a degree working in the industry and doing amazing. Pranav says, start with simple stuff. Eventually you will pick up on many things and then it's become a bit easier to come up with how to solve a problem that maybe you face in real life. Yeah, absolutely, Pranav. Prolific says, I was saying, wow, about the Udemy people ripped off other sites. Okay, I got you. Do you like Code Academy? Yeah, I think Code Academy is fine. Pretty much any of the other online course sites are pretty legit and above board. And I say that, like, I don't know that I would say Udemy isn't legit, but they're questionable. Last I interacted or heard about with them, okay? I personally haven't run into any issues where my courses that were on Pluralsight were stolen off of there and posted on Udemy. I mean, maybe they're on there. They might be. They definitely have been stolen off of there and posted on like if you do like a reverse search of videos and stuff like that, I've seen them pop up on other sites hosted, like somebody's own personal website or something like that. I'm not gonna make a big stink out of it. I don't care that much. But when it's like a legit, like a company that's making money off of having courses that's sourced from other people posting those courses and they're all making money off, that's when I'm like, that's a little stinky. So Ryan Wheat says, thanks so much. No problem, Ryan. We're happy to answer and discuss this stuff. Like, that's one of my passions, is helping people that are getting started for the first time in the industry. Another reason why I stream on here and connect with the community like this. Posixfy, exploiting AI is dangerous. You shouldn't make yourself depending on that. If you do, it makes you more lazy and take you away from the context and thinking. Well, I think you might be misunderstanding what I'm saying, Posixfy. What I'm saying is I'm using AI to more quickly get answers to my questions than, I mean, because what you're saying is like, maybe I shouldn't even use Google to search for questions that I have or trying to figure things out and understand find documentation on things I'm learning. I think we're misunderstanding each other here, maybe. What I'm saying is use ChatGPT as like a search engine, just like you would use Google or Bing or something like that. We're relying on AI to aggregate data more quickly for us. So let me give you an example. Let's say I need to, there's a framework or tool out there called Prisma.io. It is something that helps you connect to databases, build up databases, entities, and stuff like that when working in a Node application, right? So I have a Node API server that I need to talk to a database that's a MySQL database, okay? And Prisma is what's called an object relational mapping, ORM tool that can make that connection and the transfer of data from the database form into your code form more simple, okay? And I need to learn more about that and understand different nuances to it and how to use it. And what I typically would go do is I would Google or Bing or whatever search, I use DuckDuckGo, honestly. And I would say, okay, Prisma, how do I create a many-to-many relationship or whatever like that? And I would see all the results, and maybe there's results directly from the Prisma documentation, but then there's other link results that are like people writing blog posts about it and whatnot. And I would go through those one by one to see if they help me get to the answer of what I need. And that takes a lot of time. And you imagine doing that over and over again for different questions and things that you're learning and trying to do. What I have found is I can speed up that workflow by going to something like ChatGPT or any other AI tool similar to that to get me those answers more quickly than me having to go to different blog posts and read and then try that code out in my own project and so forth, right? Like the AI is accelerating and speeding up my workflow to make me more efficient and productive in my job. I don't think it's me being lazy and taking away from the context and my thinking. I'm still thinking. I'm just using a tool to help me with that. So hopefully that helps explain POSIXFY, and we can, or maybe we just agree to disagree, but that's my 2 cents. Ryan Wheat says, I have a hard time learning. Okay, all right, understandable. So what that might mean is you need more repetition. I don't know. I'm just guessing here, right? But like one of the things that, going back to what I was saying before, the more you practice typing and writing the code that you're learning about, the more repetition and times you do that, the more it's going to stick, I believe. But I don't know if given your situation, you know, what you're going through, right? And what your experience is like, I don't know. You got to learn yourself. You got to learn more about yourself, Brian Weed, and how you best learn. Like, what are some of the things that help you, like when you're working at your job, what are some of the things that helped you learn how to do your job more quickly that made it stick, right? Was it somebody showing you? And if that's the case, then maybe you need to watch videos of people watching them code so you can see how they problem solve and achieve the things through code. You know what I mean? That learning more about becoming more self-aware and how you best learn is going to help you learn more quickly, I think. Chill Crunch, good to see you. Welcome in. Happy to have you here. It's from Freud's talking cure. He would just watch people straighten out ideas by saying them out loud. Ah, okay. Thank you for helping make that reference for the rubber ducking we were talking about before. Parathon says, to be clear, I dabble in development, but my day job as a cybersecurity engineer centered around identity and access management. Okay, there you go. Yeah. Thanks for the clarification, Parathon. Ryan Weed, thanks, man. What you said, you have inspired me. I'm glad to hear that. That counts as a win for me. That's my win of the week right there. Thank you for letting me know, and I'm glad to hear that. And that means this stream was a success then. I can stop now. Pranav says, I made my first PR on this stream as well. Still remember that feeling. I remember when you shared that too, man. That's awesome. Thank you for the reminder of that. Ryan Weed, I might subscribe soon, not today. Oh, don't worry. Like, you mean subscribe to my channel? If that's what you're talking about, don't feel any obligation to do that, Ryan Weed. Honestly, do not. Save your money. I appreciate the thought, but save your money. It's not necessary in all that regard. Ledger says, I have also found a lot of value in well-written books. For me, Automating the Boring Stuff by Al Swaggart helped me a lot to practice Python. Yes. And Ledger, I imagine you're already aware, but Al streams on Twitch too, which is awesome to see. I'm so, like that kind of stuff makes me super happy to see that there's folks like Al that's jumping into sharing their knowledge through a live stream too. Thank you for the follows, folks. I'll catch up on that in just a second. If there's one thing you'll learn about me, those of you that are tuning in and following me right now, is I read pretty much every chat message and try to respond where it makes sense, where it's warranted, as much as possible. So you're here taking time out of your day to watch me stream, and you're asking me questions and chatting with me. I'm gonna take the time to respond to you, and I'm not gonna as much as I want to keep working on this, I also want to make sure you all are getting value. And yeah, so if you're taking the time to watch the stream, let alone send a chat message to me, I'm gonna go through and read all that. I'm still catching up on that, and that's why we're still, in fact, I should maybe switch to this view in the meantime right now. Next message I see up is POSIXFY says, got it. Some people don't even use official doc or don't use Stack Overflow at all. We should be aware of that. ChatGPT can make mistakes easily. I've seen lots of cases. Oh yes, absolutely. You're 100% right, and I'm glad you bring that up because I failed to mention that. If you do lean on things like ChatGPT, any of these AI services, take what they provide to you with a grain of salt, right? So not everything that they share with you is accurate and correct. An example of that where I've run into it is like the data set, ChatGPT is run off a data set based on September up to the date and time of September 2021. So that's almost 2 years. It doesn't have any of the newest updates of like different package versions that came out, or library versions that came out, or frameworks that came out. And so it's not aware of API changes and things like that.
5,000 milliseconds. There's an ad running for 90.
We got an ad. So yeah, Posixfy, absolutely right. Take it with a grain of salt. I try it out, but I don't know that it's always going to be perfect, the answers that ChatGPT or any of these AI services give you. Official docs and legit examples are go-to for me before ChatGPT. Totally understand that, Posixfy. Latcher says, Clarkio, muscle memory was the advice you gave me back 4 years ago when I joined your stream. That's so, like, hey, I'm consistent, man. I'm consistent, Latjor. That's funny. Ryan Wheat says, like, I am taking a CSS course. I can code 4 sections without looking. That's awesome, Ryan Wheat. You should be proud of yourself for that. Posixfy says, yeah, as a tool, it is amazing. I'm using Copilot as well. Yes, that's, yeah, at 100%. Using it as, these AI services as tools and not as like end all be all is my mentality with it. Latcher says, I was working as a tech support back then. Also, the Python course you and Chris used to do, pure gold for me. Python course? Oh, you mean the live stream I used to do with Cecil, the Pi Weekly Live? Yeah, those were some fun days, man. I was streaming so much then, 3 days a week. Nate Dunn, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, happy to have you. Parvin says, I've seen people who write something once to figure out what they are doing, rewriting it to get it working right, and writing it a third time to get it right and fast. By the time they are done with the third try, they know it very well. Yeah, you hit it spot on. That's like the typical workflow for a developer is get it working, then get it kind of right, like more efficient, and then work on the performance of it after that, if there is any need for that bit of code that you write. So yeah, Cecil, yes, not Chris. Yeah. I had a feeling that's what you meant. Highest Priest, thank you for the follow. Highest Priest 69, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Pranav, you love the Python streams too? Yeah. I mean, I still meet with Cecil weekly. He and I are working on something, not a live stream related thing, but we're working on something related to Python and VS Code. That's the biggest hint I'll give. I might have spilled the beans in the past stream, but that's the biggest hint I'll give you right now. Posixfy says, what do you think about the future of cloud engineering? Before the cloud, there are network engineers who work directly on server machines. Being an expert in networking is much for becoming a cloud engineer, I guess. Do you agree? I'm not sure I fully understand the question, Posixfy. What do I think about the future of cloud engineering? I don't think it's going anywhere. I think it's just going to keep growing. It's still, even though like cloud engineering and just cloud in general is becoming more widespread, being more widely used, there's still lots of companies that haven't adopted the cloud yet. Either because, for all kinds of reasons. Some of them being like, personal business reasons that restrict them from being able to do that or whatever. But like, there's so many companies that still haven't adopted cloud, and at some point in their future, they probably will. So there's still lots of demand for it. I don't see it going anywhere anytime soon. I mean, I'm assuming that's kind of what you're looking for my input on, but. And then you're saying becoming an expert in networking is a must for becoming a cloud engineer, I guess? I think so. I mean, I'm not a cloud engineer myself, so I can't really speak too intelligently to it. But I think having some networking experience and skills is definitely beneficial in that space, yeah. The Python. So wait, Latcher, you're telling me the Python streams is what made you decide to learn coding, and Python in particular? I gotta let Cecil know that. He and I still, like I said, we meet on a weekly basis. We have a weekly call, and that's freaking awesome. I'm messaging Cecil right now, that if you don't mind. Brian Wheat says, bro, you don't understand, man. I see some potential of your content may help me learn, and I am willing to pay. If that's what, I mean, it's up to you. But all I'm saying is that I don't stream, I don't encourage people to subscribe. I stream because I just enjoy the interaction. I enjoy the community. And it's a way to hold me accountable to keep working on things and making progress in my projects and stuff, and just my skill set in general. My skill set for two things: for programming, but also for being on camera live in front of an audience. Those are my motivations behind live streaming. And I think the folks here that have been part of this community for the long term have seen me at highs and lows in terms of like how well this channel has done. And I still do it regardless of whatever the numbers are or how this channel performs. It's because I just enjoy doing it. I don't want to be an influencer or anything like that. So, and that's why I'm saying, like, I don't push for subscriptions, which is typical for people that are making this like their livelihood. They're an influencer or content creator that focuses on that on their own without, I have my main job. That's my thing. And this is part of my job enables me to do this. So that's what I mean by that, Ryan Weed. Chat says, you're the best. Never seen you read a message dismissingly and not really understand it. Yeah, man, that's what I go for. I'm glad that you are noticing that, chat, and thank you for giving me that further confirmation that's because that's what I'm trying to create here in this community, that atmosphere. It's awesome to see Latjor and Pranav going back and forth on that awesome stuff too. Latjor says, I only use ChatGPT for complex stuff, also only to write code I already know, but do not want to write it out, so I know if it is wrong. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Like, that's a good point, Latjor. Like Latjor and other folks that have experience, like a good amount of experience programming either professionally or on their own, I think are better equipped to use AI as a tool to assist them in that work than folks that are new. If you're new to programming, I would not rely heavily on ChatGPT and services like that just yet, because it will be harder for you to identify situations where ChatGPT is not giving you the correct answer that's needed. But I think the same could be said when you're Googling stuff too. Like, you can Google something, click on a certain blog article, and that blog article, given the current context that article was written in, is best suited for that context that it was written for, and you might be trying to apply it to something else and it doesn't fit right, So the same could be said about Googling, doing a search engine on topics. Ryan Wheat says, I have empathy, one of my good skills, and since I have been watching for 10 minutes, I have been interested in your I'm glad to hear that, Ryan Wheat, and thank you for letting me know. I appreciate that. Latros says, Clarky, you and Cecil should do a course. It's funny you say that. That's what I was hinting at. We're working on a course. Slowly but steadily, we're working on the course. Posix5 says, one of the big mistakes that I have seen is diving cloud engineering without knowing computer network. Oh, yeah? All right, well, that's good to know. That's a good heads up. Like, I guess from your experience, you're saying that networking is like crucial skill to have when it comes to cloud engineering. Yeah. Latcher says, yeah, absolutely, man. I was scared of coding, if you recall. I was here every week and all of you guys working as a tech support. Watching those streams made me believe I could do it. That's so awesome to hear, man. If you don't mind, I'm gonna share that with Cecil as well further. You got Al's book and then got laid off a few months after and could not land a job to save my life. Went back to college because I had no degree and wanted to do tech. Is that what you're doing right now, Latchor? To be fair, I'm still learning currently, job searching. Okay, yeah. Hey, good luck with the job search stuff. Don't give up on that either, Latchor. For real. Do not give up. Even if you get your heart set on like a particular company, I know that it's easier said than done and it's hard to do. But if you don't get accepted at that company either, like, just keep pushing, man. Because what that, to me, where I've been in those situations, and I've learned that what ends up happening there is it wasn't meant to be, in the sense of like where I ended up afterwards, even though I didn't, like, let's say I applied to job company X and that was the one I was really banking on and like hoping for, and then I got to a certain level of interviews, or maybe I didn't even get an interview at all, like a call. It worked out for the better because I ended up landing at another company that was just like super awesome. Like for like current company right now is an example of that. Like it was so much for the better. So you never know what like fate, or you know, if you're religious, your higher being has in store for you. And just because you don't get the one thing that you had your eyes set on, it means if you did go through that, it would close the door to this thing that you're gonna get to that you just haven't hit yet, you know? I know that's all like kind of, I don't know, philosophical and like maybe you know, odd to hear from me, but I do believe that. So yeah, just keep pushing, man. Pos65 says, by the way, I'm also streaming. I'm describing myself as an API engineer. Okay, cool. Who wants to be an expert in cloud computing? Okay, if you guys are interested in networking, designing, and API, you can follow me as well. Sure. You know what? Shout out to Pos65. Oop, I almost typed that wrong. Go check out Pos65's channel. In fact, I'm going to do that right meow. Where did it just put? You see my screen? Man, I'm still catching up on chat. I'm so behind. Pos65, got a new follower. I'm gonna turn notifications off though, buddy, because you know, I'll just catch you when you're on if you show up in the Twitter list type of thing. But too many notifications bugs me, and Twitch bombards me with notifications. So, but there you go. That's awesome to hear, Pos65, and glad that you're using streaming as a way to help you out with that and make progress. Parathon says, as has been said before, an expert programmer is one which copies the answer of a Stack Overflow question and not the question itself. Triple B, yeah. Latcher says, wow, please let me know when it launches. I will definitely be down. I graduate in May. In December, I mean data analytics. Nice, that's awesome, Latcher. Congrats on all that. Thank you for the follow. The Turd? Is that how you say your name? That's a funny name. Latcher says, yeah, I'm getting a lot of no responses, but I'm not losing heart. This is facts. My sister was telling me the same thing. All right, that's good. I'm glad your sister is on that, is encouraging you that way too. Parathon says, don't be afraid to try headhunting companies either. Then kill it at the company you're contracted for, and they may keep you. Yeah, that's a good point too. Nice, good call, Parathon. Latcher, funny thing is, I'm learning Flask and Fast API. Nice. Pos65, thank you for the follow as well, man. At the moment. All right, and with that, I have caught up on chat. Excellent. Hey, listen, that was great discussion. Thank you all for the questions and having that conversation with me. And anybody else that was lurking and tuning in, hope you got benefit out of that as well. I'm going to jump back into working on this. Working on the extension. I don't even remember where we left off. Do you know, chat? Oh, we got to get the redirect URI set up properly because it keeps breaking on that. In fact, let me take a look at this real quick over here. I'm going to need to maybe step away for a moment to go get... I didn't bring my cup of water in here with me. And I feel like my throat getting scratchy. Yeah, redirect mismatch. That's interesting. The 127.0.0.1 callback nonce. Interesting. Speaking of which, I need water too. Yeah, get yourself some water. Clarkio, I sent the hydrate message. You owe me. Oh, I do? It didn't come through in the channel point redemptions. Why? I believe you. All right, I'm going to go get some water. I'll be right back then. Corey! Just saying hi. I need to run. All right, Corey. Hey, appreciate you, brother. Hope all is well by you, man. Happy Friday. Have a good rest of your Friday and weekend. Pranav, all right, man. Have a good one. It's 3 a.m. there. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, get some sleep, dude. I appreciate you hanging out late at night like that, though. Have a good rest of your Friday. Get some good rest and have a great weekend, Pranav. All right, folks. I'll be right back. I'm just going to grab water real quick. Should be like 2 minutes. All right. I'm going to talk quietly so I don't startle anybody. I am back, folks. Those of you that are still here. Good to see you. All right. We're going to be going longer than usual. So, like, normally by now I'm done streaming, but because I started later, this is going to be a little bit of a later stream than usual. So just a heads up on that. Parvin says, I have been trying to redeem a shadow, but it says it's temporarily unavailable. It is Friday, Parathon. Yeah, that because it's not working. So I don't want you to waste your channel points on that. That's why I've disabled it. There's the hydrate. I see it now. I don't see it on this one, or this screen for some reason, but I see it now, Parathon. But here you go. Finally, it took me a little while to find my water cup. I left it in the car. Thank you, Parathon, for redeeming that and encouraging me to hydrate. All right, let's get back into it. What do you say, chat? So the redirect is saying URI parameter redirect URI does not match, and I think it's because this redirect URI is coming from here, which is then resulting in something like that. So we need to essentially right now, I think I'm just going to hard code the URI callback. And let's change this code up here. We're not going to worry, because again, this is all about like if you're running the extension from VS Code in the browser, which we're not going to worry about. So return, or we're going to say this dot redirect endpoint equals, and then whatever it is, like HTTP / localhost, like that. Oh, why isn't it working anymore? Oh, you gotta hit tab for it to fill it out. It's not 54321. It is 40475. Then we'll comment out all this for now. All right, let's reload the extension. I could tell you were getting a bit parched. You heard it in my voice? Sorry. Wow. Play through. All right, this is where I want to see. Let's see what the redirect endpoint is. Yep, there we go. Oh, it should be slash callback. It's not going to work. Right? That's what we added. Where was it? I thought I had that window open. Close that one. Where'd my Twitch? Hold on, we'll get it open so we can see. This one. Alright, so we need slash callback in there. Well, just keep it paused. Was that in here? Slash callback. Save that. Restart it. All right, now we should be good. I want to authorize. Page isn't working. Why? Why is that not working? HTTP error 400. So it's going HTTP localhost 40.475 callback access token scope state. Yanni. Thank you, Yanni, for the high five and the head pat. In the debug console, you could have changed the value and continued. Yeah, good call, Parathon. It's setting the state to 127.0 callback nonce. Do you have slash callback in pat? Do you have a callback path? Oh, like on the server? There's sign in. Yeah, there's callback right here. Should put a breakpoint here so that when it when the request does come in, right? Or maybe on the case. No, it's on switch. Yeah, on the switch. Let's try it again. See if it's even getting that far. Yep. 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 Maybe I should do localhost instead of 127. So slash sign in on the server. And it's encoding the nonce. Alright, so what's happening is it spins up the server, starts it, right? And then it says, hey, VS Code, open an external URL to this, which is really internally. And then that ends up going to here. and it goes to the sign in, right? Yeah, sign in, which parses out the nonce that was provided to it.
An ad is about to start in 5,000 milliseconds. There's an ad running for 90.
What's the starting redirect? Oh. When we spin up the auth server, what's the starting redirect there? Let's stop this altogether. Final references. Path.join. Serve root and starting redirect. Login URL. Okay, so it's going to redirect to whatever this becomes, which is going to be, it should be, yeah, Twitch. Okay, I'm following the flow now. So it's going to say, hey, browser, redirect to that location, which is going to be Twitch's side of things. But does it pass along the query parameters as part of that too? Back in here. There. Where was that? Yes, because we're passing that to Twitch. So we're saying, hey, Twitch, here's the redirect URI. We want a token. Here's the scopes that we have and that. How does that look in the other one, though? Right here. We need a state, too. Do we need to create a state when we do that? Maybe that's what's potentially throwing things off. Let's see. All right, let's run it again. ID Twitch, OAuth2, authorize, client ID. ID Twitch, OAuth2, authorize, client ID. Yeah. Everything's looking right. Other than, the only thing we're missing is this state. So this is in the VS Code Twitch highlighter extension that we've built that works. And we're opening external, just like that. Oh, that's interesting. We're passing in the state there. I can probably do the same. Okay, request path name, sign in. Yep. Cool. Alright, so now we're going to redirect to what? Oh my goodness, what is that? Where's the debug console? This dot underscore starting redirect dot to string. What is that? Client ID. Yep, saying localhost 4475 callback and response. Oh, it is a state. We are including a state in there. Why is that state like that, though? I don't know where that's coming from, but okay. Alright, so it made my browser redirect to there, which is this. I click on authorize. Let me open up the network tab. And when I click on authorize, let's see what happens. All right, so it's going to callback on the server. So it should come down to here. Yes. Does it get a code? State and nonce. Do we have a code? Do we have a code? No. That's why. There's no state. And there's no nonce. That's the problem. That's the problem I'm running into. So the code, the state, and nonce is not being shared back from... Let's see something too here. I'll say clear. Wow. This, or if I say request URL.toString. Oh, it's just that, see? That is why. So I need to set the redirect URI in here. This one. To have all that stuff. Look at the network tab real quick. Ladger says, once I get a job and graduate, I'd like to learn TS. Yeah, I like TypeScript quite a bit. What do you want to see in the network tab, Parathon? You can see there's no query parameters being provided. That's why. Interesting. I would expect it to have that information. The query parameters? It didn't get passed along, I think. The refer... I think it's because this state. The nonce is there. You wouldn't have all the params as Twitch sends it. Oh, okay. Is it because I'm providing a state like that to it? I think what I need to do is create my own state like we were before, and that might solve the problem here. So we need to do... What did we use? We used V4 before? Dude, Frackberg just went live. Hold on, we gotta see this. Frackberg is live right now? Frackberg hasn't streamed in a long time. Oh, ads. He's on his bike? That's awesome. Folks, go check out Frackberg. Hell yeah. Pause the music. We got. I'm sorry to derail this, but I got the notification. Squirrel moment. Got to heckle a little bit? Yeah, heckle him.
I don't want to. You can't make me, Chris.
I'm not logged in this browser. Did he just burp while biking?
Oh, I won't allow you to post that chat, Chris. That's great. Hey, Clarkio. What's going on, buddy? I missed most of your stream. I was on a work one.
I'm letting him know we're watching him on stream.
I can't outpace this yellow robot thing I'm riding right next to it, so faster is not Oh no, don't do that. Don't watch me on your stream. What is wrong with you? No, mine is not the radio. But in order to get that bike made of here,
this is so interesting.
a lot more climbing than I'm currently accustomed to. Yes, with the exception of the guy with the chevron over his head. Right here.
Oh, that's so cool. He's biking with other people right now virtually.
This just became a job.
This just became a job. Sean!
The yellow dude is a pace bot. He's basically riding at a steady...
Yeah, it's a very good idea, Latjor. Sean, thank you so much for the 62 months. My goodness, long dang time. I appreciate you, Sean. How you doing, man? How's your Friday? We took a little detour for a second because I got a notification that over Discord that Frackberg is live, and I was like, I got to see this real quick. I'm glad to hear. Yeah, you're encouraging him, Chris Jones, in BBB's Discord. Very good. Very good. All right. We'll probably, if he's still riding when we're done, we'll join. We'll raid over into Frackberg. That's awesome, though. This is, I'm not normally streaming at this time, so that's why it's so cool to see. But with that, I must run. Have a good one. All right, Sean. Appreciate it, buddy. Have a good rest of your Friday and weekend, man. Appreciate the support. Okay, so what if I set the state? I think there's a native way in Node. I forget off the top of my head. I've done it so many times too. Create UUID node. This is me duck going instead of. Everybody's gonna say use that. Yeah, no, I don't want to use that. There's one that's built into. Yeah, crypto. Fast possible way to create and Node is using the native crypto module. There's random UUID. Yep, here it is. Okay, we'll do that. Oh, there's web crypto. Does web crypto have it? Random. Yeah, there it is. Okay. I don't even need to do that. It's from crypto. All right. Where were we? But then do we pass that in? We pass that in when we create the server, right? In here? Right there. There's the state. Okay. All right, we'll get there. All right, this is what my goal is. We'll end stream when we get a successful login and actually receive an access token from Twitch. Then I'll call it there. So that's the goal for the remainder of the stream right now. Hold on, I'm just checking work real quick too. Alright. Making sure I'm not missing anything. End with the win and then start something to make us hungry for next stream or set goals. Yeah, we will. We will, Latjor. All right, so we need to create a state, and then when we create the server, pass that state into it, so that it can then be verified on the server, and we can do this. Okay? Okay. So, we need to go back up to when... Where's the server being created? Right here. And maybe I can pass that in the constructor. Or in start. I can pass in that too. Start is a function, yeah. How do we do it in here, or how do we store it when we... State being used. Right there. What is OAuth? So in this case, in our case, it's going to be callback, and we'll check that the state equals that, maybe? I don't know if we need to do that. Or I wonder if we provide a state. All right, let's just provide one for now. I keep talking about it. For now, let's just add a state in here. We're going to do this. We're going to say, yep, state. It's like Copilot knows exactly what I want to do. And we're going to say webcrypto.random UUID. And then let's see how Twitch behaves now. If it does provide what we're expecting, which we weren't getting. Here, it's not providing a code, state, or nonce in the callback response for some reason. Just double check here. Like, when this sends the login request, where's the... It doesn't even provide... Oh, redirect URI. The redirect is just that. There's no /callback. And the server is set up in such a way oh, does Twitch not go to a callback? Is that why? I might be screwing things up here. And then there's complete. Again, because I'm using this is going based off the expectation from when you're working with GitHub, when you're authenticating against GitHub. So maybe GitHub is the one that's doing that. You know what I'm saying? So maybe I don't even need this logic. All right, well, we'll let that play through. Yeah. If this.state does not equal state, I'm surprised we're not getting this. Well, it's because we didn't provide a state. Where's this.state being set? Oh. La-ta-dee-la-ta-da. Search params, get the state. Set the state. I think I'm catching on here. When we start the server, set state, which will be used to redirect back to VS Code. Why is that? No, we can just... I think this is specific to... Oh, there's random bytes right there. I think we comment this out, or not uncommented actually. Duplicate it, Alt-Shift down, comment that original out, and set this one to be random UUID. All right, let's see how that does. All right, restart it. I shouldn't do this then. Stop. Just get rid of that. Marathon, looks like in their authentication flow, they're using the state as a way to pass data to vscode.dev so that public system knows what ultimate endpoint to send the response to. All right, yeah. Good call on that. I think, again, this is, a lot of this is like, things specific to the GitHub authentication provider and not what we're going to need for this. It's one of the downfalls of me copying code from an existing provider to get going. Start the debug again. All right, it redirected me to here. Come on, baby, no whammies. Step over. Step over, step over, step over. All right, we're still getting nothing back from Twitch. No code, no state, and no nonce. I think it's because Twitch, like, part of the flow is we first say, hey, authorize. Is Twitch sending me back? I'm gonna send it here. Oh man, I didn't capture it. Redirecting you automatically. Click here if your browser doesn't redirect you. Yeah, so it's not sending anything to that. You know what I mean? Because I think the flow of the other one is it goes, hey, 200, send that login file like you want to authorize. Then it says, okay, OAuth, which should have the state. And then it goes to the complete. Like, so it's like step 1, right there, that when the request goes to that path. Step 2 is this, and step 3 is complete. I think that just the Twitch flow is different than the expectation is different. I think I need to go to this first. So maybe that's what my redirect should be. All right, let's try that. Let's change where did I hard code the redirect? Is it in here? Are there options in Twitch Dev for which OAuth flow to use or something? It's a path name now. Still going to callback. Was it in here? I was setting the... Oh, here we go. Let's get the callback out and just go there. See if that helps us. All right, so we're going to localhost sign in. It's the nonce. This is going to tell us to redirect back to Twitch. Twitch is going to say, okay, we're going to get you to authorize this. Oh, let's open up the network tab too so we can see how this flows here. Aha. You're about to leave Twitch. Twitch has no control over the content or security of... Wait, why is it going there? Because it came back 200 though now, you see? So if I click continue, let's see what happens. Hey, failed to parse here. All right, so we're making it better. Redirect mismatch though. Fudge. The state came through. Where was it trying to redirect me to? Redirect URI does not match registered URI. Oh, because it's saying vscode.dev again. Why? Where's that coming from? Nowhere in my code is it telling it to go there. Is it the server? Oh, yeah. This is saying location. No. From Twitch? No, I don't think Twitch is... I don't think so, Parvin. Where is this index.html coming from, you know? Serve the static files. Well, one thing I want to see in this flow, when it did the authorize, request URL, like why did that happen? I don't think that's, I think we're heading down, this is a red herring maybe. The state was there though, at least. Why is the state there when I do that, but not when I did the other one? You know what I'm saying? Twitch, as a result of me saying yes to authorize, should redirect back to where do I want to? Like I need to assert my server that is going to handle parsing, which is this. Maybe if we just get rid of this code. Deferred resolve, code state, and location go here. I think we just need to copy what I was doing and what we got in here. Thing is, the query doesn't have a state to check. You know? And I don't know if it's providing an access token either in that request. It didn't look like it. But let's try doing it like this. I'm gonna get rid of this logic for now. And I think all these as well. And let's just put a breakpoint in here to see what oh, yeah, sorry about that. Actually, we should put a breakpoint here. Restart it. And what did we do on this? We say request URL parse, request URL true.
An ad is about to start in 5,000.
An ad, you say?
There's an ad running for 90.
Redirect URI equals localhost 40475, and that's it. There's no callback. So we're not even gonna hit that anymore anyway. Oops. Where were we? Authorize. Yeah, we're gonna do that. That's not gonna work. Okay. We gotta change it back to callback. Excuse me. Then we'll hit this point. Response type token, which is what we're doing in here, right? Yeah, token, scope, verify, true, state. We know this works. We just got to try and replicate it. Maybe it's because it's at 127. Sign in nonce equals that. So it's localhost / sign in with a question mark nonce equals. It's making sure the nonce, yeah, received nonce, and is redirecting. What is that redirect string again? This dot redirect. Yeah. What is that? All right, so we're hitting the local server. Then the local server is going to redirect us to Twitch. Twitch is going to ask us to authorize. We're going to say authorize. Then Twitch should redirect back to us. It is now. Step over. And in the request, for the queries, search params. Just gonna keep going down that, huh? Step over that. All right. Let's see if we can do the same thing that we did in here. URL parse and get this M request. Where's that coming from? Oh. How are we parsing it in here? We're just saying new URL. Alright, so we are parsing it. And then we're saying request URL path name. It's just requests URL. What is it? It's a callback. There's nothing passed with it. There's no query. Twitch is not providing anything to us. Why isn't Twitch like after I authorize, Twitch is not sending anything to us in the request here. It's just saying authorize, redirecting you automatically. Click here. Why isn't Twitch providing anything? Not even the state. Like in this one that we know works, when we come back to our localhost OAuth, Twitch provides a state query parameter at least, and then an access token on the query. We're not getting any of that. Am I misconfigured or something? Ooh, came back again. Slash. What did that do? And we're just... Oh, there's the token. There's the access token. That was weird. So it's like expecting... I think I'm just like misunderstanding the flow here. The Twitch, where was it? Still have it open? That Twitch ID OAuth authorize, right? It like hits that a second time. This one here, like this. It hits that like a second time, which redirects back to my server, the callback. Okay, and then I was like, oh, just go back to that location, which then resulted in, where do we even have that? Oh, right here. Resulted in this. I should tell it to redirect. Just say like test, right? And then we'll create a case slash test, and then have that, not cast, case, right? And then have that try and get the OAuth token from the query parameters. So we'll say or no, access token is what we want. So we're gonna say const token equals request URL search params get, not token, but what does it look like in here? No, not that one. This one? It's access token. Access underscore token. I don't know what's creating that. Is it Twitch? And deferred resolve maybe? I don't believe search params will come back with anything if they're using hash instead of question mark. My memory fades though. Oh yeah, good call. Const token test 2 request URL dot it's got a hash. Gets and sets the fragment portion of the URL. You can get that like that. You can get hash maybe. My URL.hash equals Baz. Ooh, Baz. Host name, href, read only, password, path name. Port protocol search. Yeah, so I just gotta get the hash maybe. Where's that deferred coming from? Oh, it's because it's URL.hash. Token test. Oh. It's not assignable to parameter of type IOAuth result. Object literal may only specify known properties and token does not exist. Code and state. Well, let's see if the state is provided actually too. Then this one. Copy that. It has scope and it does have state. Yes. What's weird? Oh my gosh. So it's doing this. Let me show you. Why is it doing it like hash? So it's doing access token equals blah, blah, blah. And scope is that. And state. So it's not even a query parameter. Token type bearer. Isn't that weird? It should be like that. But Twitch or something is doing that. So we're going to get a hash, and then we got to parse the hash. Because of this malformed URL. Hash prevents JavaScript from accessing the results. Oh. Is that why they do it? How do we parse it in here? Somehow this is able to do it. Where's this URL package coming from? It's built in? Or is it like a dependency? Oh, okay. What's URL do? Or URI, it's URI, right? Ooh. It's a poor score here. What version are we on? Oh, it's URL, that's why. Core URL package standalone for use with Browserify. Got a better score at least. 0.11, which is what we're on. So it's able to parse hashes then? This library? From the query? Seems like it. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. The fragment portion of the URL, including the pound sign. Oh, it includes it. When you do parse, hash true is the second argument to also parse the query string using the query string module. Defaults to false. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna stop this. I want to run this. And see the flow it goes through as well. Redirect is to that. I need to save. Let me get Notepad open here. Line highlighter. Requests. First. That. Okay. So we copied that. We can close this. Now I'm going to open it in the browser. Open up network tabs. Paste it in here. Okay. Then I'm going to... So that was my authorized client ID. I'm going to clear that. So I can then click authorize. That... Just... Okay, that... only went there. Then it redirected to localhost 5001 with no query parameters. It was just the root. Which is weird. See a payload with this? Oh. Form data. So it sends it like as a post? Is that what it is? That's why we're not seeing it. So then, all right, so that's like, first it's a get to there. Then it does a post to here. Okay, that's what it does. We're following the flow together with a payload. Can I copy that? Payload is this. Why doesn't it let me copy this? And in the payload, it includes a nonce of nothing, claims of nothing, client ID, redirect URI of localhost 5001, and that's it. So it goes to the root of the server. It's telling it, which is why we're seeing this. And that ends up being a GET request. Second. And then the third is a GET to... Is there... And it's just a query parameter kind of... Just a GET with no query parameters. A GET doesn't pass anything along. And that ends up... What's the response to this? It's so weird. Why is this not showing me the full flow? Ah! Then it's... Well, now you see my access token. which that then results in... What the fudge? Am I going nuts, chat? We send a post to authorize OAuth 2. That response... So weird. Triple B. The heck? It's wild Parathon in his natural habitat. Crikey, yeah. And then it goes to complete. The response of this is to redirect, I think. And now we're going to go to complete. Oh, this is OAuth. It's like it was responding without actually hitting those breakpoints somehow. And then it's like you can close the window, complete. I'm lost. Well, I revoked that token now. You showing the current flow for auth there? Yeah, this is the Twitch line highlighter one that works, right? For whatever reason, after this goes through, after I click authorize, I'm making notes of like my flow that I'm doing. I click authorize. It results in a post to the authorize on Twitch's server right here. Sends a post with that payload of like all the details. The response of that, whatever, failed to load response data. No resource with given identifier found for some reason. So I don't know what the response is other than the response headers. I'm assuming it's a redirect. It's weird that that's not showing up here though for some reason. It responds with the 200. And I'm guessing it's telling me to redirect. So then we go to redirect to localhost. The response of that doesn't come up. But we can follow it here, right? So if we go to the root, it's just going to send back a file. I'm so freaking lost, man. I don't understand the flow here. The payload says redirect back to HTTP localhost 5001. So then it goes there, which is going to result in it going into here because the root is /. There's no other where. Yeah. There's no other case for it to run through. So it's going to go here. It's going to send this file. Which is this. Oh. Then that file is reading if the hash is in there. And it's redirecting. Okay. That's why it's like it's happening all so fast that the browser's not catching it. So this is saying if it includes the /, then we're going to say, all right, now go to that and get rid of the hash. Moderator, who just did that? Rival. Hey, what's up, buddy? Can you take it as slow mode and follower only mode? Por favore. Okay, so what I need to do is I need to check if the URL includes the hash, and then if so, replace the hash and go to localhost. I don't need to redirect again, do I? I don't know how it happened, but it's that. Now it's in subscriber only mode. What are you all doing? What are you mods doing? Oh, Parathons. Parathon? No, Rival initially did it. I guess by accident. Enabled 1 month follower only mode. And then slow mode. Yeah, maybe keybinds. Alright, Parathon seems to have disabled it all. That's dangerous. Yeah. Yeah. Zaymax, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Okay, so I think it's starting to click a little bit. So we tell Twitch to redirect to the root, but then that root slash. So what I wanted to do is in this one, I want Twitch to redirect to our callback, right? And in the callback, I want to see if that hash is there. We need to check for hash in the URL. Yep. And then we need to parse it and then remove it. Remove the hash and replace, let's say replace with that. Then run URL parse on it to get the query to get the query parameters. Yes. Then that should give me the token, right? Because essentially what's happening here in this other one, the OAuth path, right? The OAuth path in here is looking for state and access token as query parameters. So that's all I need to look for then. All right, so if I come back in here, then get the access token and state from the query params and check them. All right, so that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna say, where's the URL again? We'll get rid of this test. Request URL. All right, so if request URL dot includes does search, what does search do? Gets and sets the serialized query portion of the URL. All right, so if we just do .href includes, yeah. Can I? Why am I? So it's taking a string as the request URL input, setting the base to request headers host. That's so weird. Parathon says, not positive the server can see the hash. Can't remember why we had to do it with the static file. This is a great example of comment your code, your future self will appreciate. Yeah. No, I hear you. We'll see. Well, I guess we'll find out, right? To see if the hash is there or not. So if it includes it, then I want to say...
An ad is about to start in 5,000 minutes.
I want to create like a new one after that.
There's an ad running for 90.
Then what we're going to do is we're going to say const, I don't know, clean URL equals request URL href. Oh my gosh, Copilot knows what the hell is up. And we're gonna say it's gonna equal new URL. Like that. Right, because it takes in, where is it? It takes in the string. And stuck in adds. It also explains why the GitHub extension goes to VS Code Dev instead of a simple redirect back to the local server. Yeah. Just make sure the family's okay. Yep. Which makes me wonder, Parathon, is like, why... Why can't I use that VS Code redirect then? You know? I wonder. Maybe I can. I thought I could. All right, let's see if we can do this though. Clean URL is that. You're back. Okay, cool. So it makes me wonder why we can't use the vscode.dev redirect as well, unless it's only set up for them. And then that must mean that we need I need, for this purpose, I need to host like some type of proxy for this stuff or something. Seems hacky. All right. All right, we'll say const state equals clean URL dot search param state or undefined. Const access token equals, look at, like, Copilot? Copilot knows what's up. Can't use it since VS Code didn't initiate the flow. Ew. And then what's the problem here? Oh, because I didn't do this. Here we go. I don't need a console log. We'll put a breakpoint in here. Say else. I don't know what to do then. Or we'll say res that and return that. What's this deferred? Let's go back to authentication provider of GitHub. What are they doing in here? Deferred.resolve code state in the /1. I wonder what this index is. Like, where are they providing this index from? Where's their index HTML? You mother trucker, you. Where is that coming from? Media? Oh, there it is. Hey. Oh, look what they're doing. If error. It's only if there's an error. You're signed in now and can close. Interessante. So they only ever send you to the index.html. I'm learning. They only ever send you to index.html. Let's get back to where we were. Right here. Which is why when this is done, what is that deferred resolve though? Where's that coming from? Oh, right here. This.result promise. Where does that go into? Osomo 3000, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. What in the world? In the login. Okay. It's got server here. Server wait for OAuth response. Why don't I have that? Do I have that? Oh my goodness. That's what's going on. That's why there's that deferred. The deferred, this thing. Deferred resolve code and state. I don't think I need to do that. I do want to do that because I don't want the auth server to handle storing the token for me. What do we do here? We say we use this API. We call externally. Not on that, but like we validate it and then we store it in with Keytar. So what I need to do, thinking out loud with you all. Well, we need to validate state and access token. Then store the Twitch token securely. Right, that's what we need to do next, essentially. Oh, and this error. It's because they're indexed HTML. I'm not serving an indexed HTML. All right, I see the missing pieces now that I was lacking in this. I remember cutting all this out. And then finally server stopped. Am I doing any of that anymore? What file was that in? In the auth server, right? Oh, in the Twitch server. Is the Twitch server doing that? Oh, it is.
We gotta scale up if we're gonna handle the couch traffic.
Oh, snap! I am streaming at an odd time, and look what happens when we do that. Coding Garden coming in hot. Got a raid and run. Have a good one. Appreciate you, CJ. It's been awesome seeing all the cool stuff you've been doing with the IRL streams and whatnot, man. So cool. Happy for you. And thank you so much for the raid. And welcome in, everybody, from Coding Garden Stream. Happy to have you here. If you're new here, I'm Clarkio, your host. This is the Clarkio Shenanigans Show. And I'm happy to have you all joining. I'm working on a VS Code extension doing, in particular, an authentication provider type extension, and even more particular, a Twitch one. So we're trying to get Twitch authentication working through this auth provider type extension, and then other extensions can depend on this one to allow their users to authenticate with Twitch and then use their OAuth token and various scopes that they want to request for permissions on that account. So if that interests you, I hope you stick around to hang out and learn with me as I'm stepping through that. If not, I appreciate you popping in at least quickly for the raid with CJ and the rest of the community, and hope you have a good rest of your Friday and weekend. Thank you, everybody, for the follows, too. DMD, Dan Mulvey, appreciate you. And everybody dropping in the raid message. Alka, good to see you. Lat Jors, Woodsy, Lime Oats, Premix, Tim and Dev. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Awesome to see you all here. What's promise.race? Good question. I don't quite know because I've been using so VS Code comes in with 2 authentication providers built into it, a GitHub authentication provider and a Microsoft authentication provider. Understandably so, considering Microsoft builds VS Code, right? So I've been using the GitHub authentication provider as a reference, and I did a good amount of copy pasting. So that's not code that I particularly wrote, and I was actually just looking into it as you all rated. So good question, good timing on that question. FAQ. There you go. There's some of those. Latcher says, "Oh, I was here, just saw the raid." Oh, I got you. Okay, you're just copying the raid. Ha, nice. Yeah, I mean, you know, typical programmer, right? So, well, we can hover over it and see what it's doing. Creates a promise that is resolved or rejected when any of the provided promises are resolved or rejected. So that's what that means. Versus, what are some of the other options you have here? You got race, you got reject, you got all. Creates a promise that is resolved with an array of results when all of the provided promises resolve, or rejected when any promise is rejected. So that's when any is rejected. And I think the race is expecting them all to either resolve. The expectation with this one, the race one, is that all promises either resolve or all are rejected, kind of thing. And then there's all settled. I've only ever used promise.all before, so this is the first time I'm noticing it too. From the Mozilla docs, promise.race static method takes an iterable of promises as input and returns a single promise. Okay, cool. Thank you for looking that up and sharing with us. Parathon says promise race will return the first promise which resolves within the race. Oh, okay, that makes sense then, because we have an array of promises here. 1 is the one that we're really waiting for. 2 is like a timeout saying after 5 minutes we're just going to give up and not wait anymore. And then number 3 is promise from an event. Maybe somebody cancels it. Okay, makes sense. Makes sense now. Look at that. We worked together as a team, everybody, and figured that out. Woodsy says, am I pronouncing your name correctly? Woodsy or Woods? Seems similar to all, only it won't wait for all, only the first. Yes, I think that's the understanding I'm gathering too, based on what Parathon shared with us in chat. And looking at this, this dot result promise, which is where? Right up here, new promise, deferred equals that, and deferred is that. IOAuth result. Ah, we want, in this case, we don't want code, we want access token and state. And when we come in here, now we're going to say, just like this was going to do, deferred resolve. We're going to say deferred resolve state access token. But it can't be undefined. So we're going to say, oh, a little too much there. Okay. But we still need to implement the validation, which we have in our existing extension. Speaking of which, for those of you that are just tuning in, part of what's the motivation behind me making this authentication provider extension is because I worked with Parathon, who you see in chat, to create this other extension. It's called the Twitch highlighter extension, and I'm going to show you it in the work so you can get an idea. Actually, it's still running. Is it still running? It is running right now. And it's connected. So if I have, imagine I have a file open of code, and let's imagine this is all code, blah, 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 and you all are like, hey, I noticed a bug in your code, Brian, and I wanted to alert you to it. Typically, you'd be like, hey, there's a bug in your code or whatever, and then I go, oh, where'd you see it? And then you say, oh, I saw it over here in this file, and I'm like, I'm struggling to find it. Well, with this extension, what you can do is you can use a command called line, and you can say line, like let's say 11, and it will highlight that line for you. However, I don't think it's actually working right now. I didn't actually connect. All right, now we're connected. So now if I say line 11, line 7, or like how Woodsy just did, I can see, oh, you wanted to draw my attention there, and that's where you saw the bug. It gives me better awareness and context of what you're talking about from the chat room. And so you can see it says from Woodsy right there, right? You thought that's cool? Yeah, Woodsy. This has been out for a while. You can find it on the extension marketplace if you just search for Twitch highlighter. It's going to be disabled because I'm in an extension development host right now, but if you search for it, you can see it like that. It's made by myself and Parathon, who you see in the chat, who helped create the one of the newest versions of it, and the original version with me. So in any case, what we're trying to do is we have the authentication logic built into that extension. I want to break it out into what's called an authentication provider, which is something relatively new that I've become aware of, and at the time of when we built this extension originally, it wasn't available, and now it's available. So, and what's cool about that is you could see like these other extensions that are in there for VS Code that are related to Twitch. Some people have these Twitch chat extensions, a Twitch themer extension by Triple B, Bald Bearded Builder, Michael Jolly. Those can then say, hey, I depend on the Twitch authentication provider extension, and then they can interact with that from their extension and say, hey, I want to authenticate this person with this scope that it may need, and then it will go through the authentication flow with Twitch using those scopes that extension's requiring. The user authorizes it, and then you're good to go. So that's the motivation and the context behind the project we're working on. And I think a lot of live streamers would find this extension, the Twitch highlighter, pretty helpful and useful when they're working with chat on things. So there you go. And then you can, like, if you don't like it anymore, you can say remove highlight, or if I disconnect the highlighter extension and tell it not to listen anymore, it will remove all of them. Or maybe not. It also comes with a tab, so that when you do have stuff highlighted, let's enable it again. I'm gonna say line 11 again. The little activity bar tab shows you what file. In this case, it's an untitled 1 file, and I can go to it like that. And then I can click on here. I can say remove the highlights for that. There you go. That's the VS Code highlighter, Twitch highlighter extension. All right, I'm gonna close that out. Where'd we leave off? We left off that we need to validate the state has to equal state, which I believe we already have that information somewhere. Well, let's just see if we can get there anyway. Hey, thank you for the files. Clause? SKT clause? Appreciate it. Thank you, Latjor, for the claps. All right. So, continuing on here. Hey, Woodsy, thank you for the follow as well. So we should have the state already, actually. So we can say if this dot state does not equal state, good old. Then we can handle that logic. In this case, what are we doing here? Window show error message, error while logging in, state mismatch error. I do like that. Actually, this is my code. So I'm kind of duplicating this logic and flow that we had in the original extension and trying to redo it here. Now the difference is this server does not have access. That's why. The window's not going to have that. So we're not going to be able to do that or that. Okay, I think that's fine if we do that. Error while logging in, state mismatch error. And then the other case is... Actually, this is what we should do. should still do undefined, like we were before. And that way we can say, if not access token, and we have guard logic for that.
We gotta scale up if we're gonna handle that kind of traffic.
Frackberg is raiding with Party of Nan. Frackberg, thank you for the raid, man. You're the one? It says Nan, though, not a number. Twitch can't handle it. Can't handle you. I appreciate the raid, Frackberg. How'd the ride go on your bike? Did you come in first? Not sure if it's current state though, says Parathon. Not to ruin the parade, I did this last year. You did it already? I didn't know you did this already. Parathon, I can't. Is it a private repo? Is that what we're doing? What's going on here? VS Code Twitch Authentication. Not a race. It is public. Why didn't that work? That's weird. Oh, did you just make it public? Yeah. Did you publish this, Parathon? Why didn't you publish it then, man? Dude. Oh, if I would have known. Looks like I may have lost my working branch. Oh. Oh my goodness. Well, you don't have a server that's working, that's it, right? You're riding with the pace bot, just going around a specific route. Oh, okay. It isn't complete at all? Oh, okay. All right, well, not really raining on my parade. Okay, okay. It's a good reference. We'll star that. Chris Jones says, because I was already here too, I guess. Oh, is that why it was Nan? Oh. Platt Not Pratt, what's up? Good to see you. Welcome in. Happy to have you. Good to know, though, Frackberg. Glad you're on the same page with me. So maybe we can contribute to this together again. Except this time you should publish this under your account instead of mine. We should just create like a clarkio Parathon extensions organization on GitHub, and then that way we can like publish under the like a umbrella name instead of just me. All right. If there's no access, why is this complaining though? What is it gonna say? So what we'll do is we'll do that. This should never happen because we have. Oh, if I do a return, will that make it happy? Because I'm checking. Not state. We're gonna do the same thing here. All right, so now that fixed it. An access token wasn't provided. Woodsy says, why fall back on undefined for param gets? Just curious. Yeah, you're right. If I just do it like this should be fine. Because we have these checks already. Good call. Good call, Woodsy. Clarkathon? Pario? Yeah, Christian. Those are some good names. Good combination names. Whoa, 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 whoa. All right. I think we can get rid of all this now. In the case of the GitHub authentication provider, I'm going to go back to the auth server. Call back. Redirects back to there. Because that's the success one. So for us, that's what we want to do too. We still want to do that on success. In this case. And then I need to set up an index.html. That then gets copied over too. I wonder how they do that in this. Does their package JSON say how to do it? Can they compile? Oh, they're using like gulp and webpack. Yuck. How do we do it in our project here? We got copy files. One file. HTML. Well, we can copy pasta. What was it? Where do I want to put this? Put it in the SRC folder. Index.html. Oh, they have an auth.css? What does that look like? Oh. All right, let's do it. Let's do a new folder. Login view. Index.css. Then I need to make sure that those files get copied over into the output folder at build time. So we need to update our package JSON. Build npm run esbuild. It's going to run the base. Need it to copy over. Can add it to the esbuild base maybe. Say end. Copy files. Where am I getting that from? Is that built in? Oh, it's a dev dependency. Let's double check the security of that one. Sneak.io/advisor. Copy, what was it called again? Files. For those of you that don't know, I highly recommend checking out Sneak Advisor. If you're a web developer or if you use JavaScript, Python, Go, or Docker containers, and you want to double check the security of them, check it out.
There's an ad running for 90.
All right, this one looks pretty healthy. Other than, you know, it's not being actively maintained, but we can do that. Go to their GitHub, copy files on the command line. Yep. And it's like cross-platform capable too, which is key. All right, so we're going to npm install as a dev dependency. -d, copy files. Cool. Now in our package JSON, we can say nn copy files. I need to tell it to get the CSS file too, I think. My HTML out. So that should get the index.html file out at least. But then we also need, let's go back and look at the GitHub repository. Slice the path off the top of the include all files and directories beginning with a dot. TXT. What's the F do? Flatten the output. Oh, I think we want to do that anyway. We want F in there. We want F in there. AUF. What is that one? My company is getting into Sneak. Need to learn more? Hey, I'm your guy, Parathon. I can help you out with that. All files that start with a dot. Oh, what's that one mean? If all the files are in a folder that you don't want in the path, out path example, which would put all of JS files in out something, you can use the up option, which would put all JS files in out. Okay, cool. You can also just do -f, which will flatten all the output into one directory. So with files, we'll put a.txt and b.txt into out. Terminal doesn't support glob stars, then you can quote them. Okay. You can quote glob stars as part of input. You can use the E option to exclude some files from the pattern. I wonder if I just do */ and then anything in login. Oh, that's what I might do instead. Source */ not even ***. We're gonna do source login UI ***. Can I just do that? Wonder what that'll do. npm run build. Oh, we got an error. Starts with is not a function. On copy files. Maybe get rid of the F. Seem to do it. Let's see how it. What? Why didn't it copy it? Because I didn't specify probably. What if I do star like that? Okay. Oh, didn't flatten it though. All right, we're getting closer. Let's put the F back in there. Nope. We get the error. I'm using all and then the up. do F. Hyphen A do? I need the A. Maybe if I just do A and F without the up. Nope. It doesn't like this F starts with. Oh, that did it. It was that one, I guess. Maybe I should do this first, because I feel like it's missing the source map part of it. Try this again now. There we go. Yep. I was adding that source map. Because, all right, so the reason I did that, for folks that didn't catch what just happened, when I had this added terminal command at the end, when I, like, because I'm running this npm script, okay, which then runs the esbuild base, and you could see it's also doing this little dash dash and then dash dash source map. And what this does is it says, hey, run this script and then also pass along this argument when you run that script into the terminal. And so what was happening is, because this was the last command that was being run as part of that script, it was adding this option to the copy files executable that was running. Whereas it's expecting, though, that esbuild is going to be the last command to run as part of this other script that's being used here. All I'm saying? So this option actually applies to that there. Same as pipe. I don't know for sure, but it's like, yeah, it's a similar idea. That's the way I would understand it. Yes, kind of like piping it into the other command. And for folks that don't know what Woodsy's talking about, like in Linux or Unix-based systems, you can be like, hey, I want to get all the, you can see I've done it before. I want to get all the processes that are running with these, and then I want to pipe in the output of that into this next command, and I'm going to just search for all the node processes that are running, right? So that's what the pipe is, that vertical bar right there. So yeah, it's kind of like this dash dash here, and then the space is saying pipe in the rest of these arguments into the sub chat. Yeah. I don't know if it exactly works the same, but it's similar. So don't quote me on that, I guess is what I'm getting at. All right, cool. So now that that's working, then I need this to reference. I removed that CSS. Control W on that. That's the CSS. Go back here. And we're going to say index CSS. We'll have this point to the GitHub repo. VS Code. What do I have? Do I have the repo somewhere? I think I have the repo up somewhere, right? Gosh, I gotta change that profile picture. VS Code Authentication Twitch. Yeah. Probably get rid of this. This is probably their, like, an SVG. I'm guessing it's an SVG of VS Code probably. We'll see it in a minute, I guess. Anything else? You are signed in and now can close this page and it occurred. Okay, so now that this part, decode URI component error, can actually work from the auth server here. Like that. Oh, I can actually do that in here, right? Right head 302, set location. You can pass that in as the message now. So right head. Same for this one now. Slash question mark error equals code URI component. Nikes, Batman? What's going on? Oh, because of this. Alright, that should be a parenthesis. Close that out, and then a curly brace. Oh, no, we need that one too. And then another curly brace. Okay. Woo! That was a doozy. A real doozy. Alright, now moment of truth. Let's test this sucker out. Let's see. Do we think this will work now? Because the whole thing that this is relying on is if we are able to actually see the hash in the URL when it comes through. Parathon suspects that we won't be able to. So, moment of truth. Because then all of that is for naught. Alright, so now I'm going to tell it, hey, I want to log in. Say, go ahead. I'm going to hit some breakpoints. Start the server up. Oh, we hit more breakpoints? I was like, what happened? Play. Hey, then it's like, hey, do you... Oh, this is a clarkio bot. I don't really want to authenticate with the clarkio bot. So we're going to cancel all that. Tell it to cancel. Yep. Let's make sure this is the one that it goes to. Let's try again now. Yeah. Open up the most recent browser, please. There we go. Uh-oh. Did it hit the breakpoint again? No! No! Let's restart it. Son of a gun. Yes. There we go. Oh, it's hitting twice. Okay. We're going to click authorize. It's the path name now. Come on, show me the path name. Callback. Breakpoint there. All right, does the href include the hash? Does not. Then we should go back to the index. That's what we should do. Son of a gun. Did it include it though? I wonder. There it is. It did at the end. Maybe we should just do this. If that's the case, like if it never... Let's try that instead. Security. The server doesn't get my access token. Oh, you just tried it too? Is that what you're saying? Or you're saying like secure, you're talking as if you are security? No, that is why that occurs. Ah. I'm going to disable the breakpoints for a moment here so that we can just see. When I click authorize. Yeah. Okay, so it's not, oh, that's part of it. It's going to just slash, not callback. So I need that logic actually to be in security, the access token verified. I need this logic actually to be in... I need to cut all that out. And we'll just do this, which is, it seems weird, but it's just what we're gonna do. And then in here, else. Like that. Thank you for the follow, Cafe Codificado. We wouldn't want the server to have access to our token, or else the owner of the server would be able to do things on my behalf. No, we want the server to have access to the token. If we go back to, was it in here? User access tokens. There's the implicit grant flow and then the authorization code grant flow. We're using that one. Your app uses a server and can securely store the client ID. Are we maybe we're... Response type must be code. That's why. So in this case, if you're doing the implicit grant flow, oh, let's close these. I just came to a realization. This is token. We're using token right now. So that is implicit. We don't want to use implicit. We want to use code. Ay. All right, if we go back, that would save us a lot of headache, I think. Where was it that we were setting that up? I think it's in the Twitch server file. Right here. If we change that to code, that's what we need. We need to recreate our flow. Bike Rider, hey, sorry, off topic. Your face looks similar to Nick Merckx. Is it only me, chat? Not trying to bring any topics, just saying that. You think I look like Nick Merckx? I'll take that as a compliment. Bike Rider, welcome in. Happy to have you here, by the way. Frackberg says, got to make dinner before the teenagers go full mutineer on me. Have a good weekend, Clark. I appreciate it, Frackberg. Glad you got a bike ride in. Glad we could see it while we were streaming here. And thanks for the resub, too, man. Have a good rest of your Friday and weekend. Oh, and win of the week. I smashed my PRs on my IRL ride Wednesday. Nice. Congrats on that, Frackberg. Yeah. In this case, we do, but remember, typically this would be for third-party extensions doing things while using Twitch. Yeah, I get it. So if you're in the browser, you want to do implicit, right? Kind of how they describe here, right? Let's go back right here. If you don't use a server, if you're in a browser or a mobile app, you want to use implicit. If you have a server, in which case we do, then we want to use the code flow. So let's follow that. Response type is code. If the user authorizes your app by clicking authorize, the server sends authorization code to your redirect URI. It's going to send a code, in which case all that code that we copied earlier, we can actually we can put back in there. Oh, I think it timed out. Oops, sorry. Close this. Son of a gun. Because it brings back a code, scope, and state. There's no nonce though. So we need to check for a code. If the user didn't authorize, you get that. Then use the authorization code to get a token. So then we need to send a subsequent request with that code from our server to Twitch to say, hey, I received this code from the user saying that I'm allowed to access their account now with those given scopes. Can you give me a token for them now for my app? And then Twitch will be like, oh, here you go. And we get back all this. So that's what we need to do. Nonce is empty if we don't send one. If we send one, it should be there, I believe. Oh, okay. It doesn't look like they let you. They just do state for this. I imagine you want to use a nonce when you're doing the implicit flow, maybe, but not for the explicit. Although optional, you're strongly encouraged to prevent that. The server, if the string doesn't match the state string that you passed, ignore the response. Yep. Set to true to force the user to reauthorize your app's access to their resources. The default is false. Yep. All right, so gonna take a little bit of time now to square that away, but we'll sort it out.
Q7 says implicit and non-implicit. There is no try implicit.
Right. Well played, Yanni. Well played. Okay, so we need to update the auth server to do that now. So we're going to have it redirect us back. Where were we? We're going to cut this out. When it comes to the callback, we're going to receive the... Well, actually, we should call this like callback code or just code. And it's in here. We'll just call it the call. Callback's fine. That way we don't have to worry about changing the stuff around. So when we get in here, this is when we're going to... Fudge, I didn't mean to type that. Receive the code and state from Twitch's OAuth flow. Validate that we received a code and state. We're just typing out what we need to do, right? Validate that we received code and state. Confirm the state matches what we expect, or else we ignore the request. Send a request to Twitch to exchange the code for an access token. Thanks, Copilot. And then we redirect to that to be like, hey, this all worked. But then we're going to say deferred resolve And we're going to say access token and state, right? What we were doing before. Which are not defined right now, but you get the idea. All right, so now we should be able to, actually, we can just go back and like chop up that code again. Kind of like that right there. We don't need a nonce. Oh, we don't need that yet. We are going to get an access token. Const access token. Nope. Equals await, and then like, I don't know. Exchange code for token. We used to have that, didn't we? Don't they have something like that in here? No. Okay. I think it was back in the GitHub server. In here, there's going to be an exchange. I think they have an exchange code for token. Yeah. Okay, we want something like this. Do I still have that in there? Code to exchange. I do. Okay, it's still there. All right, so then this is where we got to go. Hey, call Twitch API to exchange code for token, and then what that's gonna look like is like that. I need a client secret. Okay. How? Ooh, that's not good then. How do I? Oh, I don't know if we could do this, Parathon. Because that means I need to, if I need to provide the client secret. No, I can't do this. Because what am I going to do? Hard code the app secret, which is supposed to be private, inside of this, inside the extension code? Fudge. Hey, at least we're learning along the way here.
An ad is about to start in 5,000 milliseconds. There's an ad running for 90.
Damn it. I can't provide the... I can't give it the secret. Storing things in secure fashion, of course. I can't do that. I can't exchange it in this way now. I do have to do implicit. Ah! Fudge. Unless we create an LSP, language server. Language server protocol. By standardizing communication between a language server. Where's the language server live, though? Because if we have a separate server that actually does run and then the extension talks to that. Shouldn't need that to run a server in the background. No, I'm thinking like an external server from the extension that the extension talks to behind the scenes. You know what I mean? I don't know what the proper way to do this is then. Because like GitHub authenticate, well, let's look at the GitHub authentication. Like they're GitHub API authentication. Personal access to with the token generated by an app, right? If you want to use the API for an organization or on behalf of another user, GitHub recommends that you use a GitHub app. You can also create an OAuth token with an OAuth app to access the REST API. However, GitHub recommends that you use a GitHub app instead. More control, da da da. Yeah, on behalf of a user. Parathon says this is why vscode.dev exists, I believe. Oh, so they use vscode.dev as their server that they redirect through, right? Which behind the scenes has the application's client secret, which talks to GitHub behind the scenes, gets the token, and then, yeah, I think you're right. So I need like a clarkio.com/Twitch auth, you know, something like that. If I hosted it, I don't know, or just host it somewhere else and then redirect through that, you're saying then that can handle it. Yeah. Man, this has been mind bending, huh? I don't know what the right answer is. I was leaning towards this, but the fact that I can't, this isn't actually like a server, right? This is kind of like a browser running in the client, but it's server still. It's so weird. By the way, github.com clarkio parathon created it. Nice. join. There we go. And then I can like fork the repo over or give the ownership of this repository over in here and migrate it all over. Okay. Clarkio Parathon. Naming's hard. So what do you think, Parathon? Do you think we should go the route of like having a separate server like vscode.dev to host the client ID and secret for us? Like a law firm, yeah. Yeah. Or should we go the traditional route that you've already done? I think I'm leaning towards just the traditional route right now to get something working. Which means I just need to revert everything I was just doing again. But then I still can't read it, right? So what do we do here? We send the file, and then in the file, you had that code. Like that. We put that in here. Right, and then we had an OAuth route. I think implicit is easier since it doesn't require any backend infra. Yeah, I agree. That's what I'm working on. I'm going to work on switching it to that real quick. So when Twitch calls our callback, well, essentially we should call this is going to be OAuth. And our OAuth is going to be this. Kind of like this. So slash is going to go there. OAuth is going to go there. And then complete will go... Oh, you're going to get the favicon too. I guess. Oh, server closed too. Alright. There we go. OAuth. We got sign in is going to go... Make sure the nonce comes in, and then it's going to go redirect. Then we're going to go... Not doing that anymore. We'll say complete, right? And then case complete break. For now, we'll do that, right? That. And then complete is going to be like that, maybe. We'll see. res.end file. Oh, we're just going to say send file. Send file. Res. Like that. And then this dot stop. Should be good. right, now we need that logic from OAuth to get the access token out of there. Just states that. Access token. Access token. Alright, that should be good now. We don't need to do this or undefined. Because this get results in... Yeah, we're good. State does not equal state. Or if not state, or... Right. Actually, we already checked if not state. What am I saying? Missing data. That's required. Okay, I think this should, let's follow through it now. So if we do sign in, it's going to redirect Twitch. Twitch is going to redirect back to, what did I set it up as again? We should add just that. No callback. Right? Because it's not going to go to callback anymore. It's just going to go to slash, which should end up here. I gotta make sure that it does redirect there, actually. Where's my hard-coded redirect? Get rid of that. Just do that, right? I think we should be good. It's gonna go there. That's gonna trigger this. When it doesn't do, because the flow of it, right? Because it goes authorized to Twitch. That says redirect back to localhost with the response type token. We click authorize, which then goes to a payload with the token, and it says redirect URI is localhost that, and then we do the get at that, which results in our H. Okay, I think this should be good. Let's see. Fingers crossed. We got a 5-hour banger going today. Sign in. Let's make sure I opened one of these up recently. Yep. Bada bing, bada boom. Max code, yes. There's the state. Okay, we're doing the sign in, which should redirect us to Twitch. Twitch is like, hey, you want to authorize it? I'm like, yeah, brother, I've been trying to do this all day. And it's going to come in, and it should go to slash. And that breaks. Fudge! There's no slash code. Fudge! What happened there? I should have opened up the network tab. Fudge! Do it again. Do it again. Do it again. Reload. Fudgesicles. Alright. Remind me. Alright, remind me. Yeah. Okay. Alright, we're gonna open up this. Play. Twitch is like, hey, you want to authorize? Yeah, brother. Authorize me, baby. Alright, and then what happened? Okay, so we did authorize. The payload of that, the redirect URI is that. Should we tell it to redirect /OAuth? I think that's what we should tell it to do. Should be /OAuth. /OAuth. Okay, we're gonna tell it /OAuth. Where are you? OAuth. Then we gotta add that in here. OAuth. Remove that one. No. Oops. Save. Just click the wrong button there. Alright, now restart this. Come on, baby. No whammies. No whammy. No whammies. Sign in. Yes, please. I need to disable all these breakpoints so I can stop clicking this. Okay, open up the terminal. Yeah. Okay. And then, yeah, do that. Yeah. Go. Oh, we're back here. It's gonna be OAuth now. Show me OAuth. No. What was the path? Debug console. Requests URL.path name. It's just slash? Oh, that's the wrong one. Did it go OAuth code? Error missing data. Oh, we did hit it. Okay. What was it missing though? I wonder. Put the breakpoint in there. I should have put the breakpoint in there. So we did hit the OAuth route. Okay. That's good. Media. Where was that? Why was it looking for no such file directory? Media index.html. No such file directory. Where was it looking for that? In here? No. Alright, so that worked. Let's try authenticating again though. Cancel that. Yeah, I know. Sign in again. Allow. Oh, these breakpoints. No. Disable. I don't need that anymore. I might. But disable it. Okay, so this one's sign in. Right, which is good. We get the nonce stuff. The whole beginning of the flow works beautifully. This portion that starts messing us up. Breakpoints, bottom right corner. True. You are right, sir. Authorize. Alright, what's the payload on this? State code. Oh, I'm sending a code. We changed that, didn't we? It shouldn't be code, it should be token. Watch. Refresh. That's why it wasn't working. It's gonna work this time. I'm so confident. Where's this one? Oh, that's the output file. That's kind of funny. All right. It's gonna work this time. Who's ready? Who's ready? Because I'm ready to go eat. Uh-oh. Okay. Hey, come on. Hey, do we have an access token? No! The path name is going to be OAuth, right? Yeah. Where's the... Oh, I didn't open up the thing. So we don't have an access token. Do we have a state? That's null as well. So it's gonna go, meh, you know, no bueno. Cancel. I need to have logic in there to be like, hey, let's try this again. Is this the first callback from Twitch? Yes, sir. Uh-oh. I think we just need to restart it completely. Sign in. Allow. Debug tools. Authorize. Let's step through that again here. We did authorize. Authorize is saying, hey, redirect back to OAuth. Here's the state. So it should be getting state as well. The info then is in the hash. The static file needs to change it from a hash to a query param and reload the page. Yeah, we have that. Right here. And it should be happening because if we look at the OAuth, oh, it's not happening. What's causing that to happen then? Is it Twitch? But the page needs to load first, then redirect. Hey, thank you for the follow. It's OP. Welcome in. What are you seeing? The page needs to load. So should I tell Twitch to go back to the root page? Yes, I do want it to go back to the root page. Okay, we need the redirect. Oh, I did it again. All right, so let's stop this from running. Close out the million tabs that we got. Yeah, see, we need it to go to slash that with that. Okay. We need to go to the root folder, or the root. We need Twitch to redirect. We need to tell Twitch to redirect to that, not to OAuth. Okay. So we need this up here. This is what we tell Twitch to redirect to. Just that. And then in which case do I need to make that an authorized redirect? I don't think so. I think I just need that. Hey, what's up? It's Opie. Happy to have you here. How you doing? Happy Friday. Yes, I follow you now, Parathon. Because I was telling Twitch to redirect back to OAuth/OAuth route, but I want Twitch to redirect back to the root with the access token in the URL, and then that code in the index.html will pick it up. Oh, it didn't though. Or why? You can see it did it again. I have so many open. We can close out some of these other tabs, I think. Close that one. We can close that one. Keep this one open. Is the slash supplying the static file? It should be. Let's double check that though. Good question. Yes. Index server root, serve root. Oh, what's the serve root? It's doing /media. That's why. It should be just /. That might be why. It's not getting the actual index file that we want. So it was going dir name, so wherever the output of this is running, which is out. I should really abstract this, the index and CSS and HTML into a separate folder, actually. Let's just call this login. We're gonna have to update the package JSON, login, and then I don't need the F because I want it to create the login folder. Then in here it's gonna be I'm not even referencing it anymore. We're gonna say login / index .css. All right, let's double check that that works. npm run build. Source login. I want it to be just login. There we go. Now you need the -u1. Oh, is that what it does? Is that the shorter hand on that? AU1. Yep, that works too. That's a shorthand for it, huh? Okay. Alright, so that's there. Now is the server... serve root. Path join serve root find indexed HTML. Is indexed HTML going to be in login then? No, I need to change that in here, and I need to say this
An
to
ad
be
is about to start in
login.
5,000 milliseconds.
Right? Yep.
There's an ad running for 90.
Man, I was feeling so confident it was going to work. Oh, not there. Oh, it just failed. 404 not found. What? So maybe not /login? Just that. /login. starting redirect is going to be the login URL. Serve root. Serve root must be defined. Serve root is joining wherever the serve root is, which is going to be the current directory / login. Yeah. / index. It's going to join that. Join all arguments together and normalize the resulting path. Yeah. Okay. That should be good. That should be good now. I'm like mentally thinking of like the directory, right? Where that gets created as a result of this. Refresh. Oh, I think it worked. We got further. I don't know exactly what happened there. Our server is not started. Okay. No such file directory. Login. Index. Oh. Okay. No such as a favicon. That's okay. Rejected promise not handled. 1 second. Server is not started. Where is that? Okay. Why isn't the server started anymore? Ever since I changed that directory. Ever since I changed this. Maybe .. Oh, it's join. Yeah, .. login. That should join. Let's enable this breakpoint again. And then I'm going to manually do this and see what that results in. Refresh. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to copy this. What does that result in? Switch out login. That's perfect. That's where I want to run the server, essentially. Because in that directory is where I have the index.html, index.css, so that when we get to this serve root here, so if I say, if I do path.join, that, and index.html, that results in the correct path. Okay, so that all looks correct to me. Clear that. Oh, I gotta let it run. Run. Do we have a breakpoint? I need to enable my breakpoints again, I think. Where's that one? This is the... No, I don't need that one anymore. What are these breakpoints? Yeah, here. We should hit this breakpoint. When I click authorize. Yes. Do we get a state? Yes! Oh! We got an access token now. We have a state. We have success. Oh! It only took forever. We do have an access token. You can see in the top right above me. Oh my gosh. And now we're going to go back to complete. I don't know why it's doing that, but it should redirect this back to complete, right? Okay. Which, whatever, what? Okay. Why isn't it rendering this HTML? Holy moly. Okay. Oh, because it's incomplete HTML. We finally got the authentication flow working, and I'm getting an access token now. So I'm going to stop there because I'm starving. It's been a heckin' long time. One thing I'm going to fix really quick though is, wait, why is it incomplete HTML when, yeah, why was there that 511? All right. So note to self for next stream. Commit. Yeah, no, I'm not going to commit it. What's today? June 9th, 69, 2023. Stream notes. Okay. We left off. Got Twitch implicit OAuth flow working. To do next time. I'm writing this down in my notepad. That's why you hear me talking this out loud. So to do next time, we'll switch here. So next stream, which is going to be next Friday, which is going to be June 16th. It will be at the normal time at 12:30 p.m. Eastern time right here on twitch.tv/clarkio or youtube.com/clarkio. And that's clarkio. All right, so next time what we're going to do on next Friday, June 16th, 2023 at 12:30 for the folks keeping tabs at home. We are going to fix the complete HTML to render in browser. Okay, we need that to work so that it's a nice, clean experience. That's number one. Then number two, handle the validation of the state that's received. And then three, handle storing the access token. Bam. I think that should be good enough stuff to try and sort out for next stream. Again, that's going to be June 16th, next Friday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 9:30 a.m. Pacific, I meant. 12:30 p.m. Eastern. I had a lot of fun today. We learned a lot. We finally sorted out like the implicit. What does implicit mean? Meaning like it just happens in the browser essentially on a client that doesn't have a server. That's what implicit authentication OAuth flow results in. Close all that down. I gotta figure out why that HTML is weird. Close that. So I'm really excited that we made good progress. That was significant progress. Good understanding of things. And I hope you all enjoyed watching me learn and figure that out and stumble and debug. Big shout out to Parathon helping out there, and I appreciate all of you that were here chilling, lurking, chatting with me. It means the world. I appreciate that support, and I hope you have a good rest of your Friday and weekend. We're gonna start closing out the stream, and we're gonna go raid somebody. Who we're gonna go raid, I'll sort out in just a moment. Like, who's still live? Frackberg's not live anymore, considering he raided in here. Coding Garden's not live anymore because he raided in here too, which thank you both for the raids, by the way. Very much appreciated. And anybody that's still here from those raids, you're the best. You're awesome. Don't forget to follow if you haven't done so already and you enjoyed the stream so far. Dance Time Parathon? No. No. Parathon, no. That's a lot of channel points. We should do a dance in celebration. All right, we'll do a dance in celebration. As I was saying, though, be sure to follow on, click the follow button below. Turn on notifications if you're okay with that. If you're not, I totally get it. I do the same thing. If you want to check out what I'm doing on socials, there's all my social links, Twitter, GitHub, and that kind of stuff. The Discord, great way to keep in touch when I'm not live. clarkio.com/Discord for the invite there. And share your Wordle results. Ask technical questions. Ask career questions. We got all that stuff happening in the community there. I'd be happy to have you. And it's a great way to keep in touch when we're not live. Okay? All right. With that all out of the way, we got the logistics done. We took notes on what we should do for next stream. And that way I don't forget. Now we can close it out with dance time, courtesy of Parathon. So if you haven't seen me do this dance, it's normally reserved for only the very beginning of the stream if you're an early bird. But some folks, if you get enough channel points, can redeem it one other time in the remainder of the stream. So that is what we're doing. So you can thank Parathon for that, and then we'll go raid. Actually, I don't know if we're going to go raid. Do I have anybody we can go raid? Sometimes it's just there's a cognitive overload of trying to sort out like who to go raid. And I don't always want to think about that, because then I also don't like raiding and running. So I think we're just going to call it. Or actually, Chris is on. We can maybe go raid into Chris Griffin. He's working on Vexilla. He's cool if I have to raid and run. All right, that's what we'll do. All right, dance time, and then we're out of here. Okay? Although I turned all the cameras off. Shoot. Prepare yourselves. I don't have all the cameras hooked up. Clap. Clap. Awkward stairs. You wanted this. You asked for it, Parathon. You're getting it. All right. Thank you for redeeming that Parathon. Hope everybody enjoyed the show today. Have a good rest of your Friday and weekend. Thank you, everybody, for all the love, whether you followed, lurked, chatted, subscribed, all that fun stuff. I appreciate it. I'll see you next time. Have a good one. Peace out.